Okay. Hi. I didn't know the DJ would call me out for listening to the song. So what if I listen to it 300 times? It's a good song. Well, also, hello, Taylor. Hello, Boffy. Thank you so much for the follow, Raylick Shadows. I hope you're having a good day. I'm sorry, I'm, like, out of breath, because, like, I was petting my cat. But, like, I was trying to give her, like, really good, like, scritches. And so, I was, like, holding my breath. Howdy, welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. My face tracking on. And then we'll transition. Hello, Pectals. Have a good meeting. Or sleep. Yeah, which one you decided to do? Oh, you're gonna go eat? Sorry about that. Just had to make sure what Pixels' plans were because he has not slept yet. Oh boy! Alright. Oh, my cat's being crazy. She's got the zoomies now. I've given her pets, now she has zoomies. Alrighty. Hello! Hello, everybody. Your heart and your heart and your heart looks you. When you said we're jumping on the trampoline. I also might have fallen asleep to the song multiple times, so that's probably how I got up to 300 listens to the song. Oh, this is also a good song. Oh, I need a DM wombo. I have a feeling of your box. We need a pure ref, so I know what the title is. The specific formatting I do for the videos. You know I'm trying. What is today? Let me check this off. Let's see. There we go. Now I'm on put for today. It was Red Claw, it's 38. Yeah. Hello, Vexed. Oh, why the bug? I've not done anything today. Ambush. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hello. Thank you for the check-in. Alright. Red Claw draws. Red Claw draws. This one. Oops. Membrane. There we go. This is oh. Nope. Next. Publish. I don't know if my drink is frozen. I made advancedgg this morning. It's the ice green tea, but I added a little peach energy, so I have like a peach ice green tea. But I think it's frozen. Maybe I can stab the straw into it. The straw thing. Yeah. The core is not frozen. And it tastes pretty good. It's like peach ice cream tea. Oh. Alright, I have to set up a thumbnail for tomorrow. Collabs. I do have a peak one. Oh gosh. I love it. It's great. 10 out of 10. To be with you in paradise. Oh, but you have to chase the light somewhere I can go. Art Womble. I'm pretty sure his favorite color is hot pink. Like whatever pink this is. Until that I go home, I won't go by on the other side. Only life I know. There's no eternity since I had you with me. Since I had to learn to be someone you don't know. You didn't beg me, but I wouldn't sacrifice. You have to chase the light somewhere I can go. To walk this world alone. And make us all bigger. You peaked? Did I miss it? No, it's tomorrow. We're doing this tomorrow. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. PST. We're going to be playing Peak. With Womble, and me, and Miu, and Shams, and Ghost. But I don't know if I want to change my picture. And then my tail's kind of in the way. I wonder if I could just clip it out. Ooh. Just hide it. Just hide my tail. It's like in the way of Womble's picture and it makes me feel bad. Skip. This can go here. Oh wow. I'm just gonna scoot over a little bit. Alright. PNG export. Boom 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 boom. Okay, listen. And just a reminder that we'll be doing it tomorrow. 3 p.m. This is the thumbnail. And shows you. Oops, I didn't attach the image. There you go. She's got that boom 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 boom. Now I'm in her boom 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 boom. Alright, 839. 39 Negorici. Right across is this one. Think it should be the 26th. Oops. Yeah. My nose keeps getting tickled by something. I don't know if it's my hair or not. I realize that my bangs have gotten a lot longer and I don't know if I want to cut them again. I'm lazy. We got that boom 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 boom. I take my meds. I need to take my meds. I'm going to sing a song about how I need to take my meds, so I remember to take my meds after I upload this video. Have I uploaded the wrong one? I've clicked the wrong one. Congrats. Congrats. What did I do? What did I do to deserve a congratulatory congrats? Okay. Today. I'm taking them right now. I have just taken them. They're now in my tummy. Or they're now in my tummy? I guess when I said now they're in my tummy, they were going down my esophagus. Yeah. So either for correct. Oh, okay, got it. I'll take it. I take it. La 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 la. I do this today. Is there anything else that I need to make sure to do? I need to prepare the thingy. This for Banchata. Banchata. Ah. These ones. and video editing, and then we highlight, and then this one, and then this one. Copy, and then we put it here. So that way we can get the kiwis and the bunch of those. And then this one. And now we can upload that in 30 minutes. Alright. Yeah, okay. Time to start editing. It feels weird because, like, for the last few weeks, or for the last month, like, I was working on, like, 3D modeling first. And not really video editing first. So it feels like I'm forgetting to do something. But we Gucci. Do the highlight first. There we go. This one. You wanted me to stay. Right, and we take that one off. And then timeline. Let me just fix this, it's a little too low. Timeline, this one, create. Singular! Hi, Rhino! Hello, hello, happy Tuesday! Let's go up. Let's go 6 pounds. Okay, fair. Should be an exclamation point though. Would it sound weird if I cut it there? Co-owns. Exclamation point. Need this to blend with background first. I have to copy the word Starpy. Starpy. Ah, that bugs me. Let me see if I could fix that. I think I should just re-record that bit. Okay, so what did I? Oh, I was just normal. Okay. Oh, wrong one. I'm gonna keep on dancing. Sunshine, all jokes, like the punchline. I'm mystic, realistic. Bum bum bum. Alright, and then recording. Images. Okay. Just like her wife, Starpy has worked with some of the biggest names in cosplay and internet content. Hopefully that was okay. Mr. Wonka Mystic, Daddy Realistic. We highlight Starpy. This one. Mr. Mystic, Daddy Realistic. Eat this track. Okay. Starpy. Swift. Jump in with the heaven pretty well. Let's so just making sure. Some of okay, we're all good now. So many things that click. So many things that click. Change. Chibis. But Chibis. But as I look. Hello, Rainer. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for checking in once again. She does, exclamation point. Get home. On another line that does that. Shoot. Horse rolls. Just make sure. Okay. Save, and then we're just gonna re-record one more line, which is okay. Recording, and then my message. BLT. Okay. One more. If you get FOMO from trying to stay up to date with the constant content and catching lives, don't worry. Whether you stick around for the coloring or want something fun to watch while you train your horse scrolls, Starfy keeps things chill. Okay, that's it. I did a little extra there just in case. Hello, how are we doing today? We're good. How are you doing today? Oh, wrong one. This one. How are you today? Do you have class today? Are you doing the class today? Let me take this one out too. Copy, paste. I'm gonna take this one out. I'm sore as fuck. I blew up my back this morning, and I do indeed have class today. It's about to start, actually, but I needed... Oh, of course. I'm happy to give you a couple videos, but I'm really sorry about your back. I hope your back feels better. I've never personally blown out my back. But I hope that you are okay. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, there we go. Move this over here. Yes, up one. And bring this back up. And the clips. Three days of horrible sleeping off of lower back pain to moving and twisting a lot while cleaning my apartment was apparently enough that there was a twinge of pain in my entire lower body got weak for a few seconds. Now I'm just dealing with aching throb in my lower back as I sit at my computer. Oh, well, lay down if you can. Like, try to get rest or like an ice pack or I don't remember what it is, but it's like either an ice pack or like heat, that helps. Muscles. Hello, Kiwi. Welcome in. But I hope you feel better. I know we can take it easy after class today. There, we'll fix it. If you get FOMO from trying to stay trying to stay up to date with the oh oops. Okay. Don't worry. Huh? Two of my coworkers almost got into a yelling match during the meeting today. Why? What did they do? Did one of them fuck the other's mama? Or husband? Either or? Yeah. That doesn't make sense. Socials blue sky. Dining hall is tempting me. There's so much fish, but I don't trust it. Why don't you trust it? What's wrong with the fish? Yeah. Pop wobble or but I'm going to put these up here so I think they would look better. If they weren't careful, it will definitely make me sick. Fish is the most delicate meat. Oh, that's valid. That's valid. Do they have any chicken? What chicken? Hog. Delete track. Okay. Popping. They got some sausage, but I might still. You get some Tums. Take some Tums or something, or some antacids or something before you eat that fish. Then You're gonna eat the fish. Take some medicine before you eat the fish, just in case to help negate the fishing. Hello, condemned. $78 $78.405. That's close enough, isn't it? Guy vibes? You have little guy vibes. You got little guy vibes. You're a little guy. You're a little guy. It's actually... Yeah. I've got an iron god. I'll stop. Eat some, like, please just eat some Toms, man. Please. For me. A little guy, yeah. Buffalo ranch chicken with mac. Oh, stop it. Stop it. You're gonna make me hungry. Also, I realized that's not what I needed to calibrate. I've eaten raw pork mold. I stopped reading in the mold. What is this? What's that? Sounds like a weird breed of koala. This. Whoa, these look delicious. I'm not like hungry because I just ate food, but I wouldn't mind a sweet treat. Sweet treat sounds poggin', bro. Alrighty. You need Texas culture? It's different. It's oh. Okay. I mean, what's a Texas one? What's the difference between the Texas one? Negligence mostly. I had chicken and shrimp noodles. Yum. It's just favorite food. It's like pigs in, is this like pigs in a blanket? It keeps looking like pigs in a blanket. Like this looks like a pig is this just pigs in a blanket? Kolache? Looks like pig in a blanket. But this one's had jalapenos on it, which I feel like would taste better. Looks good though. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope you enjoyed it. One, two. Let's see, what part do I want? Let's do this part. Spicy jalapeno sauce. Oh, that sounds amazing. That sounds amazing. Oh, I just realized it's like over her eyes. Oops. Oopsies, oopsies. I sound so not basic. Oh, I was looking through my old clips and I found a good one. Fuck it, I'm getting the fish. Okay, I'm ready for you to be sick. I'm here for you. I'm here for you. We went to a Mexican bakery after work to stock up for the week. Oh my god, that sounds so fun. I hope you had fun. I hope it was like a good time. I hope it was a good time. This one, link clips. Did you get churros at all? It's always good. The Mexicans know how to bake. That makes sense. Did you get any churros? I always get churros when I used to go to Mexican grocery store with my mom. I'll probably be fine if I didn't get sick from all the other shit. I won't get sick from this. I don't think they have churros, honestly. Oh. I remember the Mexican superstore that not grocery store that I used to go to had like chocolate and caramel filled churros. They were really good. What is this one? What do you guess? I like that my face tracking just broke. Long story short, our call quality requirement for our bonus feels more like a punishment than a goal. Sorry, I'm being extra careful with my time between calls today. You are totally fine. You're totally fine. If you need to just wait to talk to us till after work, it's no sweat. And I'm sorry that it becomes like a punishment. There's a Mexican restaurant around here that serves churros with sides of fresh honey. Fresh honey. I love fresh honey. And molten lava? Damn. That sounds delicious. That sounds delicious. I don't think we could do this one. Let's do this one. I'm gonna change my mind. I want to do this one. Look to me. I know, right? Sounds good. I don't go for a lot of sweet things, but those churros are amazing. That yeah, that's like Val. I feel like you can't like even if you don't like sweet things, you can appreciate good food, you know, even if it's sweet. Speaking of honey, I had to melt down 3 kilos of raw pure honey to mix in with water and yeast to make mead today. You made mead today? That was a 3-kilo brick of honey. Holy crap. Where are the pics? What did you name it? I want to see. I want to see. You know what this feast needs with it? A beer. Give me some. I know. Making mead, that sounds interesting. Yeah, Pixel has always wanted to make mead. I have a professor that used to make mead and he would share it with like the age appropriate kiddos. Pixels being one of them. Me not being one of them. I was younger than him. And I cry. And all over again. Let's rotate this angle. No, blah, blah, blah. You got some pics either break or after class, but right now it's just mead based, nothing added to it yet. So it doesn't have any special names yet, but I do have a plan for a lemon. Whoa, Dark Sunrise! That sounds sick! Fuck yeah! I could see a mead company called Hungry Canadian, so like, on God, can't wait to see pics. Can't wait. I don't know much after, but I want to try that. Right? Same. Run, 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 run. And then, oh. Page. What? I probably have to go find it. N-O-P by name. L-M-N-O-P P-P-P-P page flip. There you go. And Chibis, where's the chibi of? I think they have a chibis, but I'm doing one more. This one. Normally mix some raspberries and lemon iced tea with some tequila, so I figure just tweaking it to mix in mead should be delicious. Oh, that does sound good though. I'm trying to get this mead ready for Christmas, New Year, so I can hand it. Oh, that's so nice. That's cool. I hope you enjoy doing that. Oh, it's 3 p.m. already. I was trying to dismiss my alarm with my nose. It was not working. It was not working. I might change this one. Shield. One more. Thank God we have halal food here. It's so fucking good. Halal food is good, but like on God. Nice. And we'll do cross dissolves between each of them. Ooh. Let's do another cross dissolve so it like fades out. There we go. Got some beef kofta. I'm being told so many things today about new fancy foods that I don't know how to pronounce. Meat swords! Oh my god, you got meat swords? Fuck yeah. I hope the meat swords are good. Enjoy your meat swords. Oh shit. There we go. Let's do this one. It's fire. Fuck yeah. Because we're kind of like in a Middle Eastern, like kind of cultural area in our D&D campaigns on Friday. We get meat swords a lot. I already enjoy English meatballs. Oops. Have I used this one yet? I don't think I have. This one? Yeah, this one. I place ROR2. Risk of Rain 2? Is that what you're thinking about playing? If so, I hope you have fun. I was wondering, is there much Middle Eastern and North American food in I think there's some. There's a lot of Indian and Greek food here. You baby, Risk of Rain 2. I hope you enjoy Risk of Rain 2. Hope you have fun. What the fuck is happening? It's fine. Just leave it. Remember with Korean and Thai food, that makes sense. Okay, I'm just looking for what different places are missing so I know what to exploit there. More Chinese places would be cool. I don't have that many Chinese places. Is this playback at full? It is. God damn. It's like, why am I lagging? This one, and then let's bring in this VOD, I think. I don't know if Starfy made this animation, but it's really cute. Just take this section and like this section or something. For the song request. Let's retain. I was trying to get another drawing section. Alright, now I'm just gonna do a little reorganization. Move this one over here. And then just take this section of it. And then I wonder if Starpy has any showcases of their model. That'd be cool. I feel like they should. Actually, they might have it on there. YouTube. YouTube! Oh, fuck. I forgot how to spell the name. The only thing we don't really have in Michigan is European west of the Rhine River. I don't think we have any European necessarily either. Ooh, wait, I think I should do these two. I didn't know they did Vassal stuff. I didn't know that. Okay, let's do. Downloads, folder, video, start function. I like this model a lot. Their nun outfit was cool. Good night, sleep well, bitches. There's a lot of Polish and German food, especially in Hamtramck and Frankenmuth. Yeah, that makes sense in places that sound like that. That makes sense, you know? And then we have the other one that I just downloaded. This one. Which I want like the zoom in on the face. God, I love their art style. You know what? I've never checked, but there must be Dutch food in Holland. I should visit during the two. Yes! That would be cool. I'll just scoot this just a little bit and zoom out just a little bit too. There we go. There we go. I also want... Did Buncha do the... Yeah, Bunch did this one. But this one, the art was by Starpy, right? Yeah, okay, good. Delete track, save. Save. Turn this one off, save, running our music. This one. Oh, I have a DM. What is this? What is this? I think that'd be easiest. We want this one. Yes, submission. Discord. Send me the links directly. Helps me keep track of my mission timelines. If you'd like Discord, and then send me clips. Alright, hang on. Oh, this one would have been good for Bunchata as well, actually. The wife can have this twig. Hog. Track save. I have to restart this. I didn't mean to close that, but that's okay. What else are we doing? We're doing the two other ones which don't need music. I like that these two are pink. They're side by side pink, and I think it's cute. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. So let's see it. Save. Oh. Snap captions. Cooler. I wonder why my computer's acting nicer today. No, I don't need another answer to that question. If my computer wants to work, then my computer gonna work. And that made me happy. Oh, my neck. Oh, fuck, gorillas. Dun, 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 dun. That's today's TikTok video doing. I am curious though. Pass it on you. Is it this one or is it this one? Nope, none of those. It's home. Not but analytics. Okay, so 2 to 3. Oh. Okay, 2 to 3, 2 to 3, 2 to 3, 5 to 6. Okay, so I think keeping my post at 2 o'clock is gonna be fine. I did no harm, never did no harm. It's there. Never did no harm, never did no harm. Scale. We're back, Kako. YouTube. My favorite. Oops. We're back at Kako again. Another segment of my favorite hazelnut spread. While we're here, let's say hi to start, please. Another talented artist who co-owns a goofy limos. It's the just like her wife. Starby has worked with the biggest names in cosplay and internet content. I absolutely love their animations and cheapies for their models they design, making me scream. She has such a fun and whimsical style that let you know how much she loves what she does. If you get FOMO from trying to stay up to date with constant content and catching lives, don't worry. You stick around for the coloring or want something fun while you train. For Horse Girl, Starby keeps things chill with their art. You can focus Sure, where you catch those fine live notifications. Join the crew so you can stay up to date with all of her amazing art. There. Thank you for the song request. Edit labels, render. Oh, I didn't change the labels on these to say that they were recorded. That's important to my little baby brain. Oops. Save. Boop, boop. The opening of this dude is gonna be ingrained in my mind. I'm not complaining, I just think it's funny. Ingrained in my mind, vexed forever! No 14. Sounds good, Vix. I don't think I need that part. Okay. Timeline. Singular create. Boop, 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 boop. And you know your body. Oh, you want to play Halo? Ooh, I don't have any Halo games. Ooh, hey, check it. Hello, checking in over here. How's it going? It's going good. How are you? Maybe I could clip that part. I don't need that little intro. Boop. Eating Taco Bell. Lucky. Yeah, I hope it's good. I saw that. This. Fantastic song. It was recommended by Vex. Vex plays it like every other day. They're trying to get me to play Halo. But I don't own any of the Halo games. It is powerful, not powerful. It increases. It's like, what the fuck? Like, you get so excited for Peak tomorrow. I'm glad. I'm excited too. You get what? Reaction. Bro, we have the same time zone. We do. We live in the same state. Country? State? Yeah, we live in the same state. Crazy, I know, isn't it? Come on. I've never met anyone from here. Well, I wasn't born and raised here. I moved here like 2 years ago, I think, at this point. A little over? A little bit more than 2 years, because my cat's 2 years old, and I got her here. Ooh. Distractions. Fuck, I gotta look, my phone is low, but I will keep listening, and sounds good. Thank you, Vex. Love ya. Rid of to get rid. No. I would ask, but I don't want what part, but I want to pry. I live 15 minutes away from Portland. I'll tell you more specifics, but that would have to be in the end. What? Yeah. Yep. Yup. This one, this one. Timing of this is weird. This one goes here, this guy's. Ooh! The ice in my drink melted and scared me. Ooh. Redmond area? Is that far? Is that far? I think it's a little bit far. 4 hours? Okay. But not too far though. Yeah, no, not at all, very, very close. We could hang out sometime. Once, you know, I'm not crunching work, we could hang out sometime. That's not how you spell EpiPen. I need to know how to spell EpiPen. This is why I got this quiz. EpiPens, there you go. My sister's moving forward. Oh, really? Are they moving for, like, work, or are they just moving because they want to? Attack. Just... She just wants to. She likes the area more. That's valid. It's pretty walkable over here. The desert area I live in sucks. I think any desert area I live in... I'm in the middle of the forest. I do love the forests here, though. I lived in Colorado most of my life, and I thought that was green, and then I came to Oregon, and I learned what green meant. Very nice. I like the constant greenery. And up on... But I like it. I like the temperature here. The only thing that I'm not used to is, like, the humidity. It's lovely, plus no sales tax. It's fucking very nice. I remember when Pixels was moving here, he would, instead of, because he lived in California, and then, he moved up to Oregon, but because he knew he was moving up to Oregon, he would buy things and order them to our apartment so he didn't have to pay sales tax on it, so he wouldn't be able to get it until he moved, but, like, sales tax. Cost of living is crazy, though. I'm lucky because, my roommate, you'll see him sometimes in chat, his name is Sim, works at the apartment complex, so we get a discount on rent. And we also moved in when they, like, freshly, like, renovated stuff. I think they were changing management, so they were like, if you want an apartment, you can have one, and then you get, like, I think we got a discount on our first month's rent here. But, yeah, fun fact, we live in 2 states who have a 10-cent bottle. Fun fact, we live in the... Oh, really? That's cool. More places should have that. More places should have that. It's very useful. Alright, time to focus this on anime. be like this much of the screen, I think. And now I have to put a bunch of anime clips in here. When did you know? I forgot what I was working on. Alright, let's see how much this makes sense to me. Body naturally produces superpowers. Superpowers. I like that scene. Whoa, wait, do y'all do the bottle drives there for people like the scouts? We yeah, we can like turn bottles into like these like bottle drop places. But we don't really have, I don't think that I know of any drives that do anything. I'm watching horror movies. Where's the Junji Ito thing? Horror, whoa. Horror. More to saving lives, right? I'm getting such an OQ. Oh, really? Is it from Toy House? I want to see when you get it. If you get it, I want to see. I want to see. Where's that sad scene? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, she's so cute. Ooh, I'm excited. I love cute OC. Do you have a Toy House? Is that just Mark? I have one. I just never use it. I never use it. It's capable. Here's a lot of groups like the Scouts or school clubs. We'll go get a pop cans and bottles from friends and family. Oh, I don't think it's a maincoow too. I think so. Hold on. Playhouse maincoow. I'll just log into Playhouse and check. No, just let me log in. But that makes sense. I think I don't live like close enough to like military things for that to. Yes, it is just maincoow. It is my maincoow Pikachu shock face. I followed you. I'll follow you back. Hold on. Subscribe. I just don't think there's enough like military stuff nearby. I think that's why you have a silly little yolk critter. I do. It was given to me so I could have a thing. Oh, his name is Creamways. He's a little guy. My friend Go gave him to me. Last time I'm talking about like, oh, Boy Scouts. Oh, nah, over here, it's like Girl Scouts. It's Girl Scouts over here. It's definitely Girl Scouts over here. So you a link to the girly I'm getting? Yes. Yes, you can put a chat if you want. I want to see if the person that posts... I don't come in Toy House often, but there's like this one person that makes like little mascot designs and it drives me nuts because I want one so bad. Not gonna lie, they're both falling apart here. Yeah, on God, no one really does them anymore. They're kind of culty. They're kind of culty. Right here. Alien cat. Oh my God, cute. Oh my God, I love her slippers. Oh my God, I love her. Zip, zip, zip. That's very cute. I hope you get them. I hope you get them. I hope you get them. She's so cute. I'm so excited. I'm glad you should be. That was pretty cool. I'm trying to see, how do I don't know how to look. I started bit. S-speed? S-speed? What does S-speed mean? Starting bid? Does that mean starting bid? Where's my collection? Tags, folders? Where's my folders? Rated characters? Yeah, I found them. Yeah, starting but VSA did not did a lot to make me the person I am today, but yeah, they definitely need to reorganize and rebrand. Yeah, because I feel like they just don't, I guess, kind of go with the times. They're still kind of like old. Oh yeah, I have a little Banana Boys folder, so every time I see a Banana Boy, I like saved it. I just did this for a little bit. This person, Kitterlings, oh my god, they make like the cutest little guys. Show me. Why can't I open their thing? Why is it not letting me? Characters. I love their little guys. Like, look at this one. It's a bunny root. Goat paste. You loved goat paste? Okay, copy. Hold on. Search. Paste. Goat paste. Whoa, whoa, huh? Characters. Random animal tabletop home microscopia? Oh my god! They make go to sales. Or trade this one. Oh, look, they have little Pepsi boys. I like this one. 3-tier. 3-tier. Wait, go back. What's a 3-tier? Oh, 3-tier gacha? Woo! Fishy boy! Fishy boy! And rush hour was bad. Time to go out. This tram is packed. Yeah, get out of there. I like Ganoush. And BB's cute too. Asiago's cute too. Oh my god, these are so cute. So pop! I like Bloon. I like Bloon a lot. I think our CEO is here. So I'll get. Okay, sounds good, Kiwi. Be safe. Be safe. Are they selling any? This person's selling any? Flat price. Oh, the extinguisher is cute. Mustard! Her root is cute. I'm only on for 2 stops. Oh, valid. You all scroll down. What? Tier 3. I like that green cat thing. Which one? This one? Oh my god, he would go with the one. Oh, wait. Imagine though. Imagine the cat girl that you're getting and then Neeple. Neeple, $15. This one a Neeple? They can be like best friends. Any of the green cats. You can even do this one. You wanted this one instead. This one's $10. I can send you the link. There you go. Their fruit gum is so cute. It's still open. Who is this? Who is this? It'll get paid. It pays me for cause on the way. No problem. I don't think their stuff like is like it doesn't get bought often. So like you'll have time. Moo? Who is Moo? He's just a little guy. Yeah, Love Bug's so cute. Oh, poor Neeple. I love Bug. I can send it to you too. Go. I really wanted to get like one from them, I think in the past, but like Boffy gaslit me into not getting one, but they're just $15, bro. Shit. Oh, so bad. Their stuff is so cute. With this one. Oh yeah, okay. I was in the right spot. Okay. I'm still getting used to Toy House. I love this guy though. But he just reminds me of BLT, to be honest. I like this cheek thing going on. Maybe we should add that to BLT. I'm just gonna screenshot it because I'm not gonna. I just want to remember the cheek thing. This one's also cute. Who else did I like that made stuff? 4-2 I found cute little guys. The shark was cute. This one was cute. I don't want that one is. Oh, this person? That makes sense. Little boys. Moldspore was one of my favorites. You have a goat? I do? How do I see my favorites? One owned by Modern Dancer. Oh, this one? Oh, this one? I love this little guy. He was so cute. Why won't it let me open it? Yeah, I like this guy. He's great. He's great. I love him. He's a little light bulb. A little white bulb. Oh, I don't know about anybody on the platform, so, you know, speak your truth, queen. Honeypot's cute. I like this guy. He's just silly. Just weird. I like his face. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I just want a little jelly guy. The only one I had of them weren't good. No, that's valid. I mean, first impressions are the biggest thing, and if they're not gonna, like, do their best to have a good impression, then they're probably not the greatest. Oh, Schwamps? Germ? Look at Germ. Germ is very cute. Trying to get inspiration for our chat mascot. Because I was thinking of renaming chat from Milk Buds to Milk Beans, because bean go with cat and milk go with cow. But I don't really know what chat would look like. I want to make like a jelly creature, I think. Jeez, I almost got stuck on the tram at my stop. Oh, Jesus. Is it really that crowded? I'm glad you got out, though. Oh, so you see my sillies? Yes. I'd love to see your sillies. What if I look up jelly? Like, if I look up the word jelly, will that, like, come up with things? Tags. Jelly. Search. Okay, I don't think this is not showing me the things I'm thinking of in my brain. These are cute, though, the Pokemon ones. I just need, like, mascot ideas. Close. Oh my god! Look at these babies. I like this one. This one, Sketchy, is like so cute. I like his face. Oh my god, look at the Dwesser. Oh my god, Loafer. Oh my god, Colonel. Oh my god, these are all so cute. What the fuck? Soap! Soap! I love soap. Soap? I'm getting ready on my Sketchy. They're fully up for offers. Click them. He has a buddy. Who? Soap? 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 It's so cute. That's so cute. Oh, look. The boys are back. The boys are back in town. Thank you for the leg, Zach. Oh, I'm addicted to your little sillies now. I remember when I first got on Toy House and Pixel was like, oh no. Lynx is so funny. Oh! Big Dodgers are cute. They have a big old story. They do. Soap? Soap? Mite? I like Mite. Mite's kind of cool too. Look at all these guys. Look at so many cool guys. Look at this guy. All of them? All of them? Oh, these are from Goat Paste. Oh, these are so cool. Wait, what? I didn't see these kind of guys on these guys. This art thing here. Whoa! Look at Sketchy. He's sketchy. Do they have any jelly? Oh! Maybe I might. It depends. I don't know. I'm trying to save money, but also like I'm trying to be frugal. I'm trying to buy characters that I feel like could contribute to stream. Right now, I kind of need a jelly boy. No, free. Oh shit. I mean, if you want, I'll draw him. Be a little guy. Look at all these little guys. What the fuck? So cute. Oh, I like the coloring on this one. You want to but I would. Sorry, these user content warnings always scare me. I would much appreciate it. I will put him on my stream if I can have him. I like that. Oh, the Pidgeon is so cute. Pidgeon. Pidgeon's so cute. I'm gonna save those for reference. Oh wait, I like the coloring on this one too. This is a good like reference for like different outside. And if you don't use it, yeah, I'm fine with that. What do you mean? My stream is just gonna become a stream of just me having pets. No longer about me, it's about having pets. I think I might have to go to the restroom. Thank you! Thank you! I wanna put him on my stream. I wanna put him on my stream, dude. Serious. I wanna put him on my stream. I think I downed too much energy drink after my bike and my tummy feels weird. Thank you, Ghost! Thank you, I'll put them on my stream right now. I'm just gonna crop them out of the picture. They don't have the background. Keep. It's like a little sticker! I love it. Sketchy. Gross. Now BLT has a friend. Oh shit, the friend is so small. I actually kind of have an idea for this little guy. On God, I kind of have an idea. What if, because we have like a daily word thing here. What if he popped up instead? Or what? So sorry. What word? Yeah. See, and instead of this, we could have him come in and like be like, this is what's on my face now, and then it'd be a different word. Maybe that might be kind of cute. All right, now I gotta write it down. I'll just put it down here. No, it'd be an animated thing, so it'd be like, create daily word sketchy. Thank you, Ghost. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for your kindness. I hope that you get your babies. Of course, Wookie, thank you. That's not the one I wanted. Advanced distraction and push passion limits. This one. Where is it? Oh wait, GoPace does those design for $3 each and is completely random on what you get. Oh really? Is that why you have like multiple of them? I like that Gamba. I love them dearly. I like that Gamba. I might have to put myself in that game, especially if it's just for $3. Need a little treat for myself. $3. I like that. Saving lives, superpowers, mom instincts. This one. It's at the very end of it, I think. This part. Maybe like here actually. Oh. Oh, and then this one is NOPQ. I can't find it. Dangerous brain replacement. Okay. Go. Let's supercharge your strength. Super strength, this one. Oh, yes, I remember this one. This one is him changing into Escanor. I want to die. It was a no stay. Pass punches, distracts. Nope. We're actually having this one. Hi, Zodi. Where's the Mau being Mau? That's my simple fashion. No, not that one. Distractions. So she's here. Actually, I want this beginning bit maybe. Adrenaline. Or actually, is the other one longer? There's another part in here that I'm forgetting. Not this part. Push past the pain, push past the hurt. Where is it? Where like he breaks his leg. Yeah. Wait, no, I wanna. Ooh. So now I go this way. So it'll be. Ooh, what? I want it to stay on this frame. Dangerous situations. Dangerous. I'm having fun. Ah! I don't know if I had a scratches or bumps one. I don't think I did. Yeah. Journalist give him the best medicine. I'm gonna use medicine too. Ooh. I like perfectly cut that. This one blood pressure? Oh yeah, I was gonna use Mau Mau when she's like... Let's do this one. This one's more zoomed out, so it doesn't feel like it's getting as cropped. Relax. There's the point. There's the point. Nine clips. Oop. You can't really see this part though, huh? Is it not this one? Enemy sigh of relief. Alright, I think I'll take then this one. Oops. There we go. Alright. And now... the outro. I'm gonna go here. And it. What? Okie dokie. Hopefully this is all good now. Cool. Okay. Gotta restart this guy. I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'll go to the restroom once it loads the first. Once I get the first set of subtitles loading. Ugh. Is it gonna open? Is it gonna open? Bum 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 bum. I have to go to the bathroom. I feel like Sketchy should be on the other side. There we go. You wanna make us to our lungs. Should I change the song in this? I might. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm back. Kasaku. Oh, what a wasta. Lynette Kasaku. Oh, I should wasta. Sta. I'm gonna change the song. Weird. Stop. I'm gonna stop. Let's see. There you go. Oops. It's not exciting as I hoped it'd be. Do action. I can do this one. Alright. This one. Actually, superpowers. I'm watching horror movies to saving lives. The hormone is capable of pushing you past your limit. You know, the stories about moms and babies. That's because your brain fight or flight signals, it increases blood flow and increases blood flow to muscles. So like you get a power up. It supercharges your strength, but it's not done there. It also improves your reaction times, so you can make quick and quickly take in situations. Oops. Immediately. Not all information is helpful though. So to get rid of distraction, adrenaline will tell your brain to want pain. Oops. Boop, boop, boop. This is because in dangerous situations, it's important to survive and deal with scratches and bumps. How's it going in here, God? How are you? How's your back? Adrenaline is even used in medicine because of its ability to increase blood pressure. It's an EpiPen to relax your muscles and make it easier to breathe. I'll be attacked. Just don't go becoming an adrenaline junkie. I don't want to see any of you end up on a fail compilation. I'm trying to get a rush. Save. That's that one. That was nice because we mostly just did anime edits instead of trying to make it more complex than other things. Subtitles. I took pain meds for my back, so it's a little dumb at the moment, but I'm able to do coding for work. Coding work for class, so that's fun. That's good. I'm glad that it's not bothering you right now, at least. Yum yum. Is Mobo still streaming? Outlet streaming. Alan's playing Stardew Valley. Mew is playing Baldur's Gate. Just created a bullet manager. What the fuck is a bullet manager, bro? Those are some big words. Those are some big words. What do those words mean? Alright, now I gotta do Riven Trade. The easiest one. And then I might make Sketchy. I might make Sketchy next. I think I know how I want to do it. This one. Boop, boop, boop. Save. Boop. Clip. Clip, 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 clip. Replace. Video editing. Boop, 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 boop. This one. Ew. Wait, no, this one. Okay. What operations replace clip? This one. Oh, not that one. Yeah, it's this one. Oh, wow. Oh, cow. Flip operations replace. Yep, there you go. Alright, Poggin. Boop. Boop. Create single. Create. Does Sketchy have feet? Let me look at him. Let me look at him up close. He do have feet. Pog. Yeah, I think I have an idea for him. Okay. What song is this? Oh, this is from Arcane. A-N. Kiwi! Hello, Kiwi. A bullet manager C++ class that manages all the bullets fired at once. They hit something, despawns. Oh, and puts them back. Oh, that's very interesting. That's cool. Big brain, big brain. Just kidding. But oops, not that one. Sure. Get to. Okay, I can understand it. But also, we're gonna meet halfway. Boop. I gotta make sure that that was all. There's Pupper. Look at them. They never say never. Oh, I don't want to re-record this. There's this lag in it. Let me just say, investors and C-level employees don't know shit about dental and customer service. Woof! Well, at least hopefully that won't affect you and your job. Hopefully. That's gonna break my stride. Everybody sucks. I don't want to listen to this song right now. Yeah. Be sure. I'm convinced they want to replace us with AI regardless of our performance. Yikes, bro. I don't want AI working on my teeth. That's crazy. Hey, if you want, I'll eat them. I ain't got nothing against eating people. We clearly already established, you know, that I'm willing. Able and willing. Sugar. It just misscheduled your appointment. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really like the AI because like I had to call my doctors once to talk about my medication, and they had like AI stuff, and I was like, AI for when you want to get the job done and quality is not. Yep. My doctor, the like healthcare system that I have is like into the whole AI for stuff, and I'm like, I just need to talk to someone about my medication, and this would literally just take 2 seconds if I spoke to someone. Am I eating people? No comment on that one. Yep. I am a cannibal. Okay, make it back to the dorm. Welcome back. They still have doctors unless they all quit. I believe that they all quit. I believe it. Got passenger princess. Which looks like I'm gonna have to loop it, I think. Oop. I keep AI cold calls trying to sell our business and they fake background noises to sound real. That's crazy. That's actually fucking crazy, dude. What the fuck? I failed a student on a project because he used AI to answer an opinion. Dude, that's crazy. I didn't really like worded assignments. Yeah, I love cannibalism. I didn't like worded assignments, but if it was about my opinion, you best believe I put my opinion down, bruh. Like, what the fuck? Those are like the easiest A's a lot of the time, too. It's easy to tell because it's either too noisy or repeats the same sounds and intervals. Oh, speaking of AI, someone had to have a meeting today. And guess who got their asses fucking chewed out today? That's right, the marketing team of Enshrined. Smile. And so they took down all the AI videos as well because it was fucking just stupid and negligence. They should have just sent us like their TikToks before they posted them. And so because they're gonna be working with one of the big like TTRPG people called World Builder Bob, I think. And they've spoken to him before and it's like, hey, we don't use AI in our stuff, so like, here you go, look at our stuff. And Pixels was like, I swear to God, if he looks us up and the first thing he sees is an AI tech, I'm gonna kill someone. I was like, and there are students that are so lazy that they copy the font and formatting from AI. That's just students. On God, yeah, that is just students, in my opinion. Oh, this is gonna bug the shit out of me. Okay, that just barely made it. Okay, cool. A lot of these videos are actually quite short. Nope, this one. Are all these so short? Oh, this company's getting chewed out for it like Crunchyroll. Yup. That's why, like, when I saw it yesterday, I was really not happy about it. Neither was RD, though, so. There isn't enough information to answer the question on an No! No, they didn't. No. Shoot. That's so upsetting. Okay, that's good for me. I didn't know these videos were so short. I really should take that into consideration when I pick them. Oh. Art space, scripts, content. Hello. I might adjust it just a little bit. Yeah. Some people copy the prompt. They do. I wanted to scoot this one up a little bit. I forget her, no, 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 please don't. No, 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 no. Woo! Edit labels, render, boop, boop, boop. Oh, no, that goes up here. I only have 2 more videos to do for this week. Let's undo this, and then tomorrow we'll do Roll for Fun and V-Stars, and then that way Thursday we can just play Doom until D&D, I think is my plan. Without you, oh good without you. Let's bring this down a little bit. For a king. And just kidding. But look at this little hamster. I'm sure plenty of your friends feel this way. They get to be a passenger, especially if you get to pick up favorite little snack to accompany you on your journey. Not only is it important to be well prepared for journeys, but determined as well. So let's get motivated by this pupper. Look at them. They never take their eyes off the prize. They clearly have their priorities straight. Nothing's gonna break his stride. At the end of the journey, though, be sure to refill your spirit. Like this TikTok user did for their fancy mac and cheese goblet. They even garnish this divine delicacy with dino nuggies and pizza bagel bite. Dino pizza. And a true feast for a king's sake. Fuck yeah. 2.5 hours, 3 videos edited. Let's fucking go, chat. I'm so proud. Now guess what we get to do? We get to do art. I can fit so many babies in this bad boy. That's our stream title now because I'm making a new son. Or daughter. I don't know what Sketchy's thing is. New babby. New babby. I don't think I need this anymore. Not right now at least. I want to talk about Goblin Tools later, but I'll talk about it later. I'm gonna talk about it right now. I blame the false demand for AI on companies getting sold on it and trying to make it work in entrepreneur cons. Yep. Ugh. I love it when I will love it when it backfires. Like it already has been for quite a few people. Great. 10 out of 10, I love it. I love the karma of people's decisions. Ooh, I saved some references for Jelly Baby, though. For the milk beans. I have an idea. I have another idea, chat. What if you were this shape? I like that shape. The good news is I'm off for a week and only have to work 3 days this week. Fuck yeah! Today's the first day, so 1 out of 3 days down, alright? Okay, actually, I'll use Goblin Tools right now. Compiler, turn brain up into actions. I want to create some pets for my chat using my art. I have to create Sketchy, which is a notepad puppy, but that means I'd have to make the base model to be rigged and then animate him to go with the word of the day, redeem. But I also have BLT, who is currently being rigged, but he's only halfway done, really. And I think I might want to give him cheek blush, because I forgot that. But also, I need to create a chat mascot based around the idea of milk bean, but in hard help. And now what it should do is it should turn my jumbled up brain dump into a task list. Create sketches for pets. Create base model on Notepad Puppy and rig it. Animate the Notepad Puppy to match the word of the day. Redeem. Complete rig your BOT. Add cheek brush to BOT. Create a chat mascot based on milk bean. Okay. Oh, I like this. This is cool. They also have other things, like consultant. Might actually try this one. They also have, and Goblin Tools is very nice because it helps you break, especially for ADHD people, it helps you break down your stuff to do and estimating, and if you have ingredients, like, it's really nice. My therapist showed this to me today, and I wanted to try it today on stream. There's like judge, read a text for emotions, and obviously it uses AI, but it's first and foremost is about we're committed to using ethical models where possible. So they're as ethical as they can be about their AI stuff. Okay. Enter something here. I want to create a chat mascot based around the idea of milk bean. But I don't know if I want him look like a jelly ball or a cube, because I think both shapes are cute, or maybe just a bean shape. And I don't know if which sounds best. Okay. So let's see what happens. I want to see what this one does. Because I don't know if it'll give it cute appearance profile. That appeals to university different streams for some limitations. Confusing. Risk of confusing the target's audience if the mascot shape isn't clearly defined. Possible production. The bean shape would be the best choice for your milk bean chat mascot, as it directly already emphasizes the milk bean concept, the shape's natural association with beans, and emphasizes. Okay. Okie dokie. We'll try it. We're gonna try it. Happy image. What does this do? Oh. I like his shape. I will mimic his shape. I will just sketch his shape. And then borrow his shape. Because no one has rights to bean shape, I think. And if I'm wrong, I am very, 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 very sorry. Let it be known now that I'm very, very sorry and I didn't know that someone had the copyright to the bean shape. It's a good song, Jesus. And the shape. Give me shape. Shape is not perfect. About the world. What was the face? It was like a little... I'm gonna do a coin toss. Oh no, I can roll a d20. I have pretty d20s. Alright, chat. No, I think I already made a decision. I think even though I'm gonna roll a dice, I know what I want to do with it. So I think I'm just gonna run with my idea instead. It's running out, it's running out. I thought that I can't live without you, but this book keeps on turning. You too. Roll for stinky level. He's not stinky. To the moon, I'd be fine. Need a color. It's just a figment of the time. I want a milk candy. Milk candy with flavored core. Like, haikus. Our haikus are like similar on the outside, but they're different on the inside. Oh, yes! Just like a haiku. It's running out. Oh, I don't know that I'll live without you. But this book keeps on turning if you do. We have a cat one. And we have a like a leaf. So I was thinking like a leaf one. We have like an alien. We have a rabbit. Little rabbit one. Like little down ears if you wanted. It's like Plankton's dog. He's this little guy's reminding me of Plankton's dog. Little tail. Plankton's on Plankton dog. It's like this. It's like this. It's like almost exactly like this. Except he won't have as many legs. Beside me, do you feel nothing is one? This is a great idea. I love this idea. I think my face tracking is off. There you go. Understand. Close curve. Stick to me. Stick to me. Walk beside me till you feel no fingers wet and feeling free. There's no one left. 15. To get bitter over it all. The young retaliate like before. Dancing along to a rhythm. So they did like an outline and then an inner outline and then an inner color. Which I like this one a lot. It looks like there's something like in it. Let's take this one, but we'll make it like a neutral color. And then make the inside like this. Make it the same neutral color though. Oops. And then I make your little belly. This doesn't really have an outline. This is our little tummy core. Each of you have like little cores. I think I'm a genius. Yeah. And then I'm gonna do this layer. Don't you know is how I can call you when there's no one else? Me and you in awkward silence, don't you look at me that way. Sing to your heart about some. The bottom from tomorrow. Yeah. When I talk to you, 41. Our little butt. This leg. And then his arms. That's it's driving me a bit insane. Shoot through my heart. I sound like home. Maybe the arms are just a little bit. Something to drive away. inside me. Let it take time. You may try something. Oh, wrong color. Oh, he's a wrong color. I don't know if I want like the body though to be like together. And if I do this, I can create compound. Oh, come on, let us go. It's kind of cute though. Okay, I'm settled and ready to work. Work. Hang out with me. Look, it's a milk bean. Look, Kiwi, it's a milk bean. Your eyes can maybe match the color of your insides. It's a little ghost BLT. Oh, does he look more like a ghost? I was trying to make him like a Haichu. Maybe it's because he needs to be this color fully? Maybe instead? Is that why? And then... Oh. And then... The outline color can be... darker. I think this needs to be blurred. I think Haichu is still transparent, it's just a higher opacity. That's why I could also do it this way though. And then maybe make the face different. Instead of this color, it can be the normal color. Maybe it needs to be darker. I don't want to make it like too dark. But I want it to be universal because I think making it dark pink would be really cute, but at the same time, it wouldn't be able to change color the way I want it to. Okay, thanks. I like his arms. Oops. Okay, how? But my DJ is muted? But your DJ is muted? Or the DJ is muted? It's been on my Spotify? If you're casting it from another device, that will often change it. Navigating my head is associate. Navigating Navigating my head, give me some advice. I am wasting hope. I wonder if it thinks I'm casting from my phone even though I have the app closed. It's possible. It does that on my phone a lot. And I like it that way. Because then the DJ just kind of doesn't interfere with what you're listening to. Oh my, the beings seem so rapidly. And so fastly, and so cold. Pardon my delay, navigating my head. Okay. So we have this version, and we have this version. So this one with the outlines of all white. The outline for all these to be white. What? Since I responded to your question. But you said higher opacity for this one. Navigating my head. I like the more saturated one, I think. Me some advice. I am wasting all this time. My oh my. I think I like the right one more than the left one, I think. Navigating my head. Disassociate. Because I want the tail to be outside of this. Give me some advice. I am wasting color. 7. What is the compound outside? 86. Yeah. I don't know if I should make the face the color. Ooh, son of a bitch. No, it's cute. No, it's cute. Oh no, it's cute. It's so cute. Usually does a little bit. It's so cute. That's a certified little girl. I want to make it curse. Stop. It's you. This is you, chat. I mean, I guess if you can curse, it can curse, I guess, kind of thing, right? And then we're gonna have like a bunch of accessories. I was sketching out a bunch of accessories though. Hold on, let me. So we have like puppy ears, maybe just scream. Well, he's not. Well, he is you. So if you're screaming, he's screaming. This is you. Do you have any requests on accessories? This is you guys. You could literally be any color you want. That's all I wanted. Adjustment. So you can be pink. I scream internally 24/7. That's valid. Look, you can be orange. You can be yellow. You can be lime colored. You can be mint. You could be blue. Should his arms also? Should your arms? Do you want your arms also to be this color though? Do you want it to be like this? What do you think it should be? How about a kiwi BLT chew? This is a milk bean. This is a milk bean. A kiwi? Kiwi would be green, right? Be green. There you go. Be green. Ooh, I could be lazy. Give me that foot. Give me this foot. Oh, thank you. Oh, wait. I think the arms matching the legs is better than the face. Okay, cool. That's what I thought too, but to make sure we have a bunch of possibilities. Okay, maybe they shouldn't be exactly the same then. I was wondering if you could change the infill. I don't think you can. That's fine. How would you make it look like holding things? Like probably. Cause like this guy probably won't get rigged. It's more like a stream avatar thing, but he'd probably hold like a sword or a knife. Oh, sorry, hold on, you can't see my color. Yeah. Probably like this. Let me see the end of it. Little knife! Little knife. I like the idea of it holding things in front of it, like showing off. Well, I mean, yeah, you guys can do whatever the fuck you want. This is you. This is you. This is you, Kiwi. This is chat. This is my chat mascot. This is you guys. You can do whatever you want with your little hands and bodies. I can't police you, you know? It's your own little soul. These arms are not 100% white though. Oh, they are. Huh. I don't look like it. Maybe held item 1 and 2 kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah. You're so cute. Okay, so now you have. I guess it'd have to be in the front though. In the back though, perfect. Cat ears. This is the face. This is the soul color. Soul color. So these two would go together. They would have. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just do it like that for now. And then we have cat ears. What else do we have? We have like antennas. Little antennas. These would be in the front though. Should these be the color though? Oh, that'd be cute. I think these ones should be colored. Should the ears be colored too? Or maybe use both hands to hold and there are options for where the hands are. Maybe, yeah. That sounds like a lot of work though, Kiwi. I don't even know how to animate this yet. I don't even have stream avatars yet. How much is it? Oh my god, Kiwi, do you know the games, do you know the game fucking, Little Misfortune and Fran Bow? Remember the animation, just sprites? It's still hard. With parts, yeah. Because, like, I'd have to learn how to do it. We could do it today. A lot of people do, like, pixelated ones. Aren't they coming out with? Yeah, I was gonna play them, but my plan is I'm gonna play them for Halloween. Misfortune. In Steam library. Hog? Misfortune, and then... Do I have this one in my library too? I don't, so I'd have to buy this one. If you do pixel 2, but your style could work with it and be unique. I don't want to do pixel art, man. Pixel art is hard. I was wondering just what was in my Steam wish list. I love you too much, labor. And we'll play Aw. 2. What the fuck is this game? Lone Shark? The Lone... Oh, it's this game! It's that horror underwater game. That fish looks funny. I might do these two. I might do these two with a Kiwi, with my financial, with Kiwi, my dude's approval. The duder's approval, I will get these two. You have to watch a tutorial or two because there's a lot with the back end for stream app. There is? Fuck. Maybe I'll buy it later? Oh, but... I also don't think I'd have stream avatars on my stream all the time, though, to be fair. I think I'd only have them on stream when I'm doing, like, coworking or BRB screen. Could I just send you mine since I don't use it? Do you have stream avatars? You can make it scene specific. That's what I was thinking. I do. Damn. Those ears, it's not even, and it's making me upset. I mean, we could share a Steam library if you want. The only problem is that you can't leave it. Oh, no, you can! You just can't join another one for, like, a year after leaving it. Because it's me, Pixels, Pixels' siblings, and then one of Pixels' friends is in the library, I think. Can I invite people to it, though? I don't know if I can invite people to it. Can I do that? I think you're my only Steam friend. Bet. Bet, then. Manage. Requests. Invite a member. Search friends list. Kiwi Goblin Books. Invite as adults. I have invited you. I don't want to. 6 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh shit! You can only have 6 people in this? I think it'll be fine. That'll be fine. It will be fine. Unless I don't have double D dinos. It's okay. I have a lot of adult games on mine. But I actually wonder if Steam avatars will work. Stream avatars will work because it might be... So some games, like Call of Duty, for example, it's account-based, so I don't know if it'll work, but we can at least try it. And if it doesn't, I'll just kick you off of it. Probably won't, though. I'll probably forget, if I'm honest. I'll make these a little bit later. There you go. Bug. Or just antenna. And then we have antennas. We have... What else did I want? Any puppy dog ears? What the fuck? How does that work? How does that work? Doesn't include that you were in the same household as the other. What does that mean? Does it mean that we have to have a similar IP address at one point? Or be in a but I lived in Colorado, so it should work. I'm confused. I am very much confusion. Trying to understand why they would say that. Because it doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't make sense. Why, though? Because, like, one of the other people on the thing isn't technically... Workaround is you signing into my Steam from UCC and we don't have to have the same IP. Oh! Is that how he did it? That makes sense. Started about a year ago. Huh. Yeah, we could figure that out later if we want. If we want, we could figure that out later. Because it's not gonna be the end of the world if I have to buy it. Does this look good? Do you look like a puppy? Your wife is asking for final price, no problem. Puppy ones don't exactly look like puppy ones. Just a trickster, nobody wants to be a sister, trickster. Oh, the poster, nobody not supposed to. Just a trickster, nobody wants to be the sister, trickster. Not supposed to. Hello, I'm on break. How's the artsy fartsy stuff going on? Good. I'm making little accessories for chat. Do you have any accessory requests, Canadian? These are gonna be like little stream avatars. I'm not gonna do the puppy dog ears. Maybe this one has to rotate a bit more, maybe? Go up. It's kind of puppy dog-ish. Puppy ears. And then cat rabbit ones. I might make the rabbit ones like up. This. Oops. These ones will go in the back of the head though. Bunny ears. Ooh, this one's I'm not sure if I think something I will let you know. I was just thinking about a lumberjack shirt, but I don't know how that would work. That's a good question. I don't know how that would work either. He doesn't wear. I don't know if you can fit clothes on this guy. You can fit like very simple like hats. You can fit hats on him. That I can be free. Okay, bunny. What about a bear? Make a bear one. Bear. Oops. Bear. Bear ears. Bear ears. And then... Cat, dog, rabbit, bear, bug. Let me look up. Stream avatar. Cat, bear. We could do like bigger cat ears for like a wolf. Like wolf ears. Those big ones. What am I more? Ugh. Is it the skunkweed one? I hate skunkweed. Cat versus wolf ears. These are going to be wolf ears. That's what it smells like. Someone on my floor must be smoking. Probably. Unfortunately. This goes up here. Unfortunately, if they don't got that good weed, it probably smells like shit. My body, fashion body, What? Oh. I did it the wrong one. There you go. There we go. Now we have horns. These horns need to put on this one. Horns. What else? Because hats will be like a one-off thing. So they don't have to be colored separately. Wait, can I just use a VPN? Maybe, but I don't know if it's IP based. Also, I have to go to the restroom, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Steam says it's IP based. Oh, then maybe. But I don't want you to get your Steam account banned, so just be careful. Be careful. I think what other... Nope, 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 nope. This one. What is... I forgot their name. I forgot what their name is. Is the person that I went to for my sub that is this person. It's not Mixels, okay. Do not mistake you for a sign from God. For you, he hid the cotton. Only just a surgery. I wanna see their stream. You have to have an idle, a sit, a jump, and a walk animation, huh? I can't think of any more animals! I started a brand new drawing tablet, one with this. Oh! Fancy! Thank you for letting me know. I get some new hardware. Fuck yeah. Oh, you can have like little back accessories too. You got like little butterfly rings. Little butterfly rings. Over there you go. You're a pretty little butterfly. Do you have horns? I do have horns. I have goat. We have like devil horns, but we don't have. I guess I could figure out how to draw goat horns. Goat horns? I was also thinking goblin ears and elf ears and stuff. We could try those. Let me see. Do them long like this. It also kind of looks like bug antennas, not gonna lie. That was cute though. Can't have too many options in my opinion. And they have butterfly wings. I should do like back items. Headgear, animal ears. The puppy ears have to go in front. Because this can't just be animal ears. This is rear head accessory. And then these would be the front head accessory. Yeah. So you can have little big horns, little horns, and then antenna. And then you can have bunny ears, wolf ears, cat ears, and then bear ears. And then, yeah, we already had a group for that. So this is back items. So now you can have... Oh, this is not the right color, though. These would be the same color as this, yeah. And like little butterfly wings. I don't know if this makes sense. I feel like the butterfly wings would look better like up here. In a way, you know? But maybe not butterfly wings. What else? What else? What else? Ears. I feel like I got the general ones. Alright, let's do like goblin ears. I want to see how that looks. These would be back ears. Long, like out. At least this is what I call goblin ears. I don't think everyone sees goblin ears the same. This is how I see goblin ears though. Like that. And then they have the inside color. Oops. This one. These are goblin ears. Flip it. The tablet is XP Pen Artist 15.6 Pro. I found one on sale and was like, why not? Why wouldn't I spoil it myself? Spoil yourself! Yes, King! Spoil yourself! Okay, hear me out. Human ears? I think I'm a little shell-shocked, but I could try it. I don't know how it would look, though. I'll try it. Try anything once. Okay, goblin ears. And then human ears? Human ears would be... It'd be like monkey ears. I'd have to go over here. And then I would combine it with... I want your things in my room. Is that human ear enough for you, Condemned? I'm gonna call them monkey ears. Also, I think this is facing the wrong way. So easy. Fuck it. It was one of my roommates. I'm gonna crash out. Crash out. Crash out. Do it. Crash out, queen. More bean shaped. More bean shaped. Okay, hold on. More bean shaped. Wait, hold on. Wait, let me give him his other one too. Human ear. Oh, it's actually kind of cute though. He looked like a little monkey. Look like little monkey. Hold on, can I not put the dog ears? Would I not be able to put the puppy ears behind? Because it kind of is making me upset that I can't put all the animal ears behind the head. I think I'd have to scoot them. Like this. That works. So look like puppy. Fucking asshole, just smoke outside. It's legal here. Maybe they couldn't be fucked to go outside, but you should yell at them. It's a communal living space. This is not just a space for them. I mean, human ears are the same as monkey ears, so monkey tail. I didn't think about making separate tails. I kind of just figured you guys would all have the same tail. Mainly because I'm lazy. And I don't want to have to deal with animating long tails. Is that a fair response? Is that a fair response? Look at me! Oh my god, I'm getting so excited. I'm actually getting kind of excited. I feel like birds don't have ears, they have holes. Neither do snakes. Do I have to make bigger round ears for like a mouse? We have the bear ears, and then we have like Mickey Mouse ears. I think that makes sense. Kiwi! I have the backlog of Kiwi! An investment bet. Play it now. Download the shit right now. Accept. Play it now. I said now. I want to know now. How do I work? How do I use this? How do I use this right now? I don't want my kids have to move. Oh, that's me. Hold on, I need to move BLT. At least I know where it's from, so I just opened my window to let fresh air in. That's valid. Oh, on my head. Actually, Kiwi said embrace your weirdness, so you can go over there. Go over there again. And look at chat. Let me here and look at chat. And then I need to move Sketchy. Move Sketchy here. There you go. I'm a little dog. How many pets can we have? English. Welcome to Stream Adra. This setup will guide you through the process. Which. Authorize. Look, we have so much room now. We have plenty of room. Okay. We now close this page. Okay.
Spider Pig does whatever a Spider Pig does. Can he swing from a web? No he can't, he's a pig. Look oot. He is a Spider Pig.
Spider Pig. Do you feel like a pig? Or do you feel like part pig? Yes. I want to download the basic one. Who would get an end of followers? In chat. Do you want the streamer to own everything in the avatar shop without paying currency? Yes. I'm the creator! I'm the god! Why wouldn't I? BLT is whoever he wants to be, this is true. How do I use this? 2460 1440, I think?
Hey mom, wanna hear something cool? Slurs.
No! Stop it! No slurs. You stop that. Ooh. Oh no, I fucked it up. Chat, I fucked it up. I made an oopsie. Just reopen it. Who taught him that? I don't know! Who taught him that? Huh? Who taught him that? Looking at you, chat. Okay. My mouse will minimize. Set this monitor. Or actually, can we set it? Okay, it's fine. Oh, this is a lot of work. Probably play with the settings for a while. Yeah, it looks like it. We wouldn't do name tags. Wow, they have Pokemon. They have animals. They have murderers. They have Blockman, which is what we have. They have One Piece, Kiwi. Smash Avatars, Cult of the Lamb, Among Us. Of course, Among Us. Adventure Time! Ooh, that fucks me up a little bit. There's more on Steam. That makes sense. These are probably the official ones. Ooh, the Hollow Knight ones are cool because the Silk Song thing. I think Momo has the Monster Hunter one. Slime Ranchers. Pixel Pigeon. I'm surprised not more of these like aren't in like a pixel art style. Like I know the pixel art style is popular for these things a lot of times, but I feel like normal, just like cute, simple art styles would look really good with this. I guess it just takes more time, I guess. Height 32 by 32. Gear set. Oh shit. Okay. Oh. So I can change. Okay. Oh, these are cute. A lot of them are half-baked bases. The good stuff is commissioned. Yeah, that's valid. That makes sense. Okay, so none. This is cool. This is cool. Okay, so he'd have to have an idle animation, a walk animation, a sit, a stand, a jump. We're not attacking. We don't attack people on the stream. Apparently, you could add this as a commission options now since you can export files. This is true, but I'm gonna be honest, I can't be fucked. I can make them for you guys, but like that's about it. Spit? You can spit in this? That's crazy. Sign A, B. This is interesting. I like this a lot. So that means... Interesting. Palette editor, collision box, allowed gear? Interesting. So it looks like I can make those myself. Update, create thumbnail, sorting. Mini games, general. 80 is crazy. Imagine having 80 of you guys on screen. That wouldn't happen, but that'd be crazy. Events data. Maybe someday. This is cool. Shop editing? Oh, you can get special one. Yeah, so with Choco's, Choco has a thing for hers that if you participate in her, like every now and again, she'll have like drawing themes, and if you try to draw the theme, you'll get a thematic little item on your little stream avatar for participating in the art thing she does. Oh, Vex. I love you, Vex. Thank you, Vex. But at least for now, like, even though this will maybe take a good amount of time for me to figure out, like, we have the base. And that makes me really happy. What happened to these ears? Why does the preview of them look weird? Oh. I see. Oops. 15. I remember checking Monty. Oh! Yes. Ask Monty about Stream avatars. Okay, yeah, no, definitely. I added that into my brain list, so I'll ask him about that later. I just want to make more accessories because I'm having fun making accessories. What else? You got... Wait, should this one have gone the other way? Nope. You can also color the base from stream avatar, so I don't need to do it manually. Really? Oh, that's gonna be great. Because then I can just make it like a gray color and then just have it. Or like a color and then just have it that way. Speaking of, how about being a blue now? What do you look like when you're blue? Why are you blue? I like it. I like it when he's blue. Blue looks good. This song, is this a song you requested, Vex? This song sounds like I'm a little, like, bugged like, I just feel like a little bug. And that's the one song, this reminds me of another song, Intergalactic Quarterly Thingy by Baba. That's what this guy looks like, doesn't he? Alright, you guys look like this, huh? This song. Goat horns. It's like you have the base, all of the appearance assets, and then you can create variations. Cool. I like that. Okay. Look at the title. Party at Club. Oh, fuck yeah. Party at Club Bug. Yeah. Perfect. I love this a lot. I love this a lot. I love this a lot. And if you don't love it, you don't love yourself. I'm kidding. Obviously, that's kind of mean, but, you know. I'm just gonna deconstruct him. Milk beans. Prince. Guys, this is what you look like in your base form. I made you pink. You can be any color you want. This is your front view, I think. Front view. And then if you flip it, delete the face, delete the arms. If I compound the tail onto you. Oh, it didn't compound. Compound? This is your little backside, and you could have like a little butt. Look at your little butt. Look at your little butt. Look at your little butt. I can see your butt cheek. So cute. I can't. Oh my god, I can't. Finally caked up just like an IRL. Fuck yes. I'm deciding if I want to be able to. I think I want to be able to kind of like see your face through the gelatin. You think? I think that would be funny. You're like partially transparent. Because the outside of you is made of milk. What is this? 23. I think your butt's gotta be like the same color as the line art though. Oh my god, you're so cute. Chat, you're so cute. What the fuck? You're really cute. Oh, we gotta have like a singular antenna kind of thing going on too, actually. Oh, your little butt crack. I'm sorry. Go back in there. I'm sorry, I lost your little butt crack. Hold on. Alright, back view. Actually, I don't think this will get in the way of the other one. What? I made him so small. I made you so small, Jet. You're so tall. You're just a yoga guy. Antennas. Antenna. I have like a singular one. And a singular one. You're so cute! I love it so much! Oh my god! I have to show Miyu. What's she doing right now? Gotta tell her. You're the cutest chat mascot. Can I show you? Hashtag thanks to Ghost. Oh my god, they're so cute. I love it. Divine Key? What is this? What is this? I'm downloading this. Oh, these are the ones you made? Oh my god, thank you, Kiwi. Now I have a base. Thanks. You guys are so cute. Thanks for a cat. Making a bunch of ears. Mm. I'm so excited! We have to make like I'm gonna have to make like specific accessories for you guys though. Like Vex can have like a simple like halo mask, and then Kiwi can have like their oh my god, I can make Kiwi's like fur coat. It'd be one side. I want to draw them. You can draw them if you want. It's you, so it's chat, so it's kind of like you can have your own variations of yourselves is like my idea. And then put you in like a little circle that has a color. Thank you, Goso. It's thanks to you that I was able to come up with this. I need you to understand that. Cause what was their name? The goat, potato goat, had like a shape that I really liked, and then it cascaded me. It cascaded me into this idea that I now have. Yes, everyone will become a little milk bean. And you can be different colors. Color example. Submitted better than my cube. I mean, I really wanted the cube to work because it would go with our 3D with like our 3D nature and stuff. And like I like that Wombo was like, we can work together to make pixel art, but like bean colors. There's like 8 colors in the rainbow, right? It's like hue saturation. So this one would be. Oh wait, what? Oh, this one. You could even make some friends for doing class so they're the only ones. And set it so they're the only ones in. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. It'll be they could be beans. I already have a PNG. I think it's a PNG. What? PNG for what? Like it's like an alternate for Fuji. Yeah, if like I'm like, I want you guys to be all the same theme. How do yellow ones work? The yellow ones aren't really yellowing. Why aren't the yellow ones yellowing? I guess this is like a yellow one. Halo PNG? Oh, bet. Wait, let me see. You want to hold this? Do you want to hold this? I'll literally just make it this. vexed request, or I'll call it milk bean vexed. There, I'll remember. Give me gun. Okay, sounds good. I'll give you gun. I just want to make all the colors. I should have rasterized it actually instead. Rasterize. And could I clip this onto here? I could. Okay, so that means I don't need the group. We need more. We need more. Roy G B I V. Right? Red, orange, yellow, blue, indigo. Wait. Roy G Biv. Okay, I think it's 8. I can't count. We'll be gonna fill my router real quick, no problem. Okay, that's an orange one. That's yellow. This is a good example too, so that way I can have a color palette for all of them. Let's see, we want green. This is the green. This one will be blue. Well, you can have like in between colors though. Stream avatar setup. Thank you, Kiwi. Blue. Purple. Purple. And like indigo. It's like this one. Very beginner friendly. Pog. Thank you. And then, whoa, what are we drawing today? We're drawing you! This is my chat mascot! This is you guys, the milk beans! This is you guys. I'm just making a bunch of colorways so I can have it for when I put it into stream avatars. That way I know what colors I want to have. Okay, so we have that subset of colors, but then I want to do one more subset of colors. Huge. Huge? What'd that mean? I want to do like in between colors. So yellow and orange make like this color. And then this one becomes like this color. I think since you did that, you could make it so we could pick a rainbow avatar that changes colors. Yeah, you could have a rainbow one. That could be like a special one. You can have the rainbow one if you... There's a color that's going to be missing out of this, and it's going to make me upset because it's Pixel's favorite color. So hold on. I have to fix it. Hold on. So if I don't have this color, I feel like I'm doing them a disservice. IGK milkclubmedia would go hard. Maybe a special one. Cause like you can have like paid options, right? Like for 3 bits or whatever, you could be the rainbow one if you wanted. I think that would be okay. Cause I feel like y'all would become the RGB one in a heartbeat, so this color. Those are very different colors in my opinion. A bluish purple. Are not even across. Subs too. Yeah, we could do subs. I like subs more. That's a really good idea. I like subs a lot more. If you sub, you can have the rainbow one. A little darker purple. You could also add pride flags. I would stick it on their heads. Like a little stick and then a little flag. Oh, or should it be like a little belly thing? Like you can have one on, well, no. Oh my god, I'll put it on your back. Oh my god. Oh my god, okay. I'm getting a little too excited, I think. Nah, you can never be too excited for things you want to do. Where'd the pink go? Okay, so it's slightly varied in color. Some people use them as color palettes. Among Us? I'm getting a spam phone call. I don't know what that zip code is. And my phone's not telling me, so I'm not trusting it. Actually, no, I should answer it. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay. I was worried that was the government, but I feel like it would have told me the government, like it was the government. Because I had to reapply for my SNAP benefits. Look, it's like oh, I can't. I can't. You're so cute. All right. You're so cute. I'm gonna put like a little title right here. Milk beans. Favorites. I want to use my handwriting. Milk beans. I think they should be lowercase. Do you want me to let you know some default action command for ideas? Yeah. Yeah, so if you want, you can send them to me now, or you can send them to me, in Discord. Like, you can do both if you want. Milk beans. You're so cute, Chad. You're so cute. I can't. You're so cute. I have to look at how Raggy did hers. Buttons. Because she has like a reference for her buttons. Oh. Dance, I wanna dance in the line. I also want to look at how 9cm did there, or 46cm, sorry, my bad. Proton has a really cute example. This one's hers. This is her chat mascot, and they can be like, look at this. Yeah, so Torabi, one of Mount's straight flames. It's a cat will-o-wisp. Look at their buns. Can I make your buns shiny? Do you want shiny butt? Do you want a shiny butt? I can give you a shiny butt. Wait, does it go? It goes with the butt. Let me give you a shiny butt. The ice cream machine is working. Fuck yeah! Woohoo! Woohoo! I wanna dance in the light. I think if I do a gradient and just make one side black, and then reverse screen, and then I wish I could rotate it. out of sight, body, out of sight. Wait. How did they do it? Wait, it's like a little circle. Get a little crazy, crazy, crazy. Then I wanna dance. I wanna rock your body. Go for a ride. Take and rock your body. Cruise. You can be like this. Yeah. And then I not look like shiny butt. Shiny orb. Okay, I have to do something for science. Hold on. This is not helping me, I think. I'm making these desperate calls. Your butt doesn't look shiny enough. I want your butt to be shiny, chat. If I keep it up like a lovesick crackhead. I feel like that doesn't look like booty cheeks. Wait, let me take this one back. I have an idea. Even though it won't be the same, I think it'd be funny. Does your tail have to go here? Question. I think I had it right. I think your butt cheek needs to scoot over. I think your butt cheek needs to scoot like this. And then you have another butt cheek over here that goes like this. I live. Hello, Jailer. How you doing? I need you. I need you. How's y'all's day been? Pretty good. I'm making a chat mascot. This is really soft, right? Oh, but there wasn't already a chat mascot? There was. It was BLT originally, but I think you guys just see him as an entity of him in it of himself. So I just made him our TTS mascot. And besides, you could be any color you want. No one's saying probably shouldn't do this. We already went through this. Whoa. The cover of that shit looks sick. Wanna get you everywhere. All the time I'm thinking. Is there anything else? You come here. You and I wish you were here. I guess like to give it some life, I would do like an example. What would you look like if you sat? I don't need you, but I miss you. Come here. You're not here. All the time you miss me. I just see you when I wish you were right here. All the time. I think this just doesn't have an inner color. It'd be like transparent. Baby colors, you know it's a color. She let me dry. You're wearing nothing but your perfume. And all of you. Let's do this one more time. I'll look out for you. Oops. I swear I read your stream tagline sometimes. You're welcome. You're welcome. That was kind of the purpose of it, to be fair. So, not your fault, really? That makes you feel any better? It's so cute, I can't. It's so cute. Nothing but your perfume. I love you. Oh shit, the waffle maker is still on. You know what that means? Time to make some waffles! I think. I hope. Crispy waffles? Hope though. Sitting. I think this little part though, right here, needs to come on. Waffles with ice cream on them! Ooh, that sounds delicious. Ooh, that sounds really good. I think this would go probably a bit more. I feel like I did this wrong. No one better than me. I'll put you in a cup. Curves. The liar, liar, liar. Minus. Oops. I'm gonna get terracotta pie. And then you can have like little wiggle lines. Oops. You see, this is why you need fat friends. We're all well, no, I shouldn't speak for everyone, but it's okay. I get it. I am that fat friend. I like food a lot, so I get it. I've literally cried to Pixels because there was one time, I think I was like high or something, and I had the realization that people that I see work out on like TikTok and Instagram, and they're like gym bros for their whole life, don't get to eat good, like don't get to eat food like we do because they're constantly trying to stay fit. And I cried. I cried so hard about it. That was so sad. It should be white. It should be gray. Give me the legs. I just want these to go. Oh, that shit, a deconstructed waffle cone. They just need corrupting force like my dad was for my mom. She was vegetarian before they met. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, they do need a corrupting force. There you go. Alright, that's how that works. No, let's do this one, And then this one. Have an umbrella. Apocalypse with that. Okay. This way then. No, it would just go like this. And then this part would get brought out. Look at him! Look at you! Jag into mischief. True little baby. You know one of the items I have to give you? Do you know what the item I have to give you is? I have to give you a doobie. One of the items has to be like a little mouth, a little doobie. This is perfect. This is perfect. I don't know if you can get any more perfect, chat. You're so perfect. Hot baby. And this is you sitting. I don't know if you can be any more perfect. Colors. I'll just turn that off and then turn this back on. So you have that one. I'll just scoot this here a little bit. Should it be like there, shouldn't it? Yeah. And then these ears. I'm just gonna make sure they're all good to go. They should all be around the like same spot when it's on the head. There, oops. Oh, I didn't rename these ones. These ones are mouse ears. Talk all night. I think this one needs to be rotated just a little bit. Now wolf ears, which is very similar to the cat ears, just bigger. Because wolves need big ears. There's cat ears. I think this one's a little bit too much. There you go. I totally forgot the whole reason I came down was for water. Ooh. It's okay. Not, at least you remember now. Better than never remembering. Like, it would suck if, like, you went back upstairs and then you were like, I needed water, you know? This one's like... There you go. I'm not done. The human ears are fine. And the puppy ears are fine. Let me check out goblin ears. So we have like upper ears and then lower ears. Okay, cool. I'll keep these ones on. No. Okay, we keep the human ears on. Okay. And then your soul color is fine. Trying to think. I feel like there's more forehead accessories you can have. You can have antennas, you can have horns, which I think I might adjust these just a little bit. So I feel like this one should be here and this one should be here. Yeah, the antenna is fine. Oh, the antennas. This one should be here. This one should go here, I think. This one needs to compose a little bit. Let me get you guys perfect. You guys have to have perfect accessories. Oh, now that's too high. Maybe this one just needs to come in a little bit more. Yeah. And then the goat horns, which should have this similar placement to this. This one's a little bit harder, but I think I got it. Let's look at this one. Oh, we could do like carrot moose horns. Simple. Like moose horns. Okay. Alright, and so this one will go. I'm supposed to be there in a damn hot minute, and baby, don't you like this beat? Made it so you stick with me. There we go. GTTOGO. I want this one to be smaller. HOTTOGO. I'm gonna have to make sure. Alright, I think I know the shape I want. I just gotta put it on. Can't wait till Pixels wakes up so we can show him this. Times up to HOTTOGO. You can take me out. Well. Flip this one. And then go out. Like this one. Make this one shorter. Boop, boop. This one needs to be flipped. Fuck yeah, look at you! You could be on tour if you wanted to. Look at you. Oh, my little babies. I hope you guys are enjoying this as much as I am, because this is really great for me. A layer. Great compound. Would that work? I don't think that'll work. Layer. Expand to show. Ooh. I don't know why these guys are like this. I don't know why these are like. Not. That's faster. There we go, one more. And then we're just gonna take this color, this one. Let me turn off the other ones because I can't see. I feel like I made those too complicated. Maybe not. What if I did like dragon horns? Okay, well, I can't see that, so okay, looks fine. Reset. So close curve kind of thing, but then it like goes in. Like this. Dude, my bladder is not happy with me today. I drank too much water. Don't tell Pixels I said that though. This has got to come in more, I think. Believe we're going up, up, up. It's how the moment. You and I are going. What have we got to be holding? I guess I could make one for like each zodiac as well. Zodiacs are like, they've got pretty strong characteristics, so they're pretty good to reference. Ram horns. Oops. This one. Forgot this is the wrong color. Oh, look at that. You could be like a little demon. What else? Got the horns, the ram horns. Oh, I already got them all. Fuck. Okay, we can start making back accessories. Pride flags. I will make these ones. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go bathroom and then we'll make pride flags. Holy shit, they made fresh potato. What the fuck? What the fuck? Is your dinner literally just gonna be like potato chips, ice cream, and a waffle? Oh, I'm not a... Yeah. Some nuggies for protein, by the way. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, at least you got some protein in there, too. Alright, so we got... Bucket! Head front accessories. Horns. Ears. Antennas. Don't worry, I got a German stomach, so I run best eating like this. I believe you, Captain. I believe you. Alright. Now, this is the milk bean base. And then milk bean. And then we gotta do the little pride flags. Which, you know, I can't really draw a straight line, but this will do. And then it'll be like this. And then we'll outline it. Except I'm ooped and I forgot that's not how this works. Back accessories. Head accessories. No. Oh, I see. Let's turn this off then. Oh fuck, they put paprika to the chip. This fox! Ooh, shit. That sounds delicious. Normal ears. And then... Alright, let me make this, like, upright first. And then little flag. And then we'll move this around these two. Put this under here. Oops. There's many games you can start with commands, redeems, bid for subs, boss battle, basketball, battle royale, duel fight, cheddar, jumpstart, roulette, slots. Currency can be earned through games. That's a lot, Kiwi. I'm excited to one day be able to do that, though I don't know if I'll ever put you guys in boss fights. I'm gonna be honest. Because I might be lazy. Pride flags. Quick setup doc, interesting. Let's start with this one. I'll just we can just start with just the avatars and go, yeah, I think that would be best. I am down for that. Is this rainbow one different than this rainbow one? Like, is there a distinct difference in the LGBTQ community for it? Like, I'm gonna make all the ones I think on this, but I don't know if there's any, like, specific ones people want. Please be patient with Elaine, as Elaine makes these. Elaine never means to offend. I wasn't paying a shit. What gay shit are we talking about? Is this flag that starts with pink different than the normal, like, rainbow flag? And, like, is one of these rainbow flags more than the others? Or should I just do, like, this one? Or... Because this is a lot of rainbow flags. I'm gonna start with the trans one, actually. Original 8-stripe version designed by Gilbert Baker in 1978. 7-color version due to unavailability of pink fabric. 6-color version popular since 1979 with turquoise and indigo replacement. Interesting. I've never seen that flag before, but I just go with the progress. The last one. This one? This one? Because I'm going to make this one, these ones, I think. And then if someone wants more of them, I can make more of them. That's the most common modern one? Okay. Cool, thank you. This one's blue. You know what would actually help me the most? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is... The black white is straight, and the black white is is the rainbow ally. Interesting. Is that one necessary? There you go. Misery. All these flags face the other way. I don't think that matters too much, hopefully. Oh, I missed one. Shit. Oh, I didn't make it green. Fuck. I missed one. I missed a color. Not really for palettes, but the straight one is made fun of and the straight ally is accepted. Okay. Makes sense to me. And a straight flag without an A. Okay. Makes sense. Thank you guys for keeping me informed. Cause you know, I'm just a lover. As long as you know you're not hurting nobody around you, you know, be whatever you want to be, in my opinion. My wrist hurts. Hold on, I need to put my wrist brace on. Like, kind of fucked up my wrist. My flag looks a lot like the gay flag, but with more gradient, and it kind of has the opposite meaning. Which one's yours? I'm sorry. I don't remember. Would you like me to make yours, though? I can make yours, too. Is this the same? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one has 5. Hold on. I gotta redo this one. Oh! Ooh. That one's pretty. I said what I said. 5, 6. I think I like that, or I think I like. Yeah. Your subcategories for Morse flags. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, and then this one, and then this one has 5. 5. Shadow the Hedgehog, I fucking love that. Okay, there's that one. And then the next one, oh, I didn't do the thing. My bad. I didn't know there was specifics for that. Thank you for telling me, Kiwi. I think this blue one's a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. And then I think one more. That's like the white one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A little bit more. There you go. Essentially, is femme disregard bits. That's valid. Okay, so we did that one. The next one is 4 colors. Wait, and then purple, and then black. Direction flags have meaning too, by the way. Best to make them static regardless of direction. Shit, so they need to face the other way? Fuck, okay, hold on, wait. Thank you for letting me know. Wait, flip them all. There you go. Also, I'm glad you didn't take the broken elevator. Alright. And then this one. These ones. Oh. Now this one can be this color, and this will show if I chose the right gray color or not. I didn't. I chose one that was too close to that. Okay. There we go. There's another one. The next one we'll do is this one. This one doesn't really matter if it has colors in it, because I am going to remove them all and add a circle. Why my phone just lit up? Gotta have a goofy moment. A reverse flag means you're going to fight. No. Oh. Oh, I don't want to fight nobody. I just want to make cute little flags. I don't know if that affects anything. These are not supposed to have borders. Yeah. Upside down represents distress. I knew that one. I just kind of wanted to put it off on your butt, but I'll just put it straight up. I don't want to make anyone upset. I'm just trying to be inclusive. I don't want to make people upset. Okay, and then next one is this one. Which this one is 3, but it's different. So I think this makes sense. So if I took these two, made it this color, took these two, made it this color, and then made the flag itself the purple. Yeah, there you go. The military does it as a never retreat thing, but nasty people use it in more aggressive ways. Okay, well we'll just keep it like this. We'll just make sure that they stay like this. 1, 2, 3, 7. Damn, lesbians have 7 colors? Not mad. Damn. 5. I'd like to reverse my pride flag. I'm always up to fight homophobes and transphobes. Fuck yeah. I could see you doing that, Vexed. I'm just gonna bring that one down a little bit. There's like 8 different lesbian flags. I like the one on TikTok. There was this person redesigned what lesbian flag TikTok. This one. It was this guy. Hold on. This is okay. Well, that okay. Well, it was funny. It had I forgot what it was. But it was like this guy, and he like redesigned them, and he put like it was funny. They like put I think they put like Dr. Pepper on it or something. Oh no, that was a trans one. I love that guy. Me too. I like how we redesigned them. I drew a bunch of his to Vex. Fuck yeah. I picked the wrong color. I'm actually really happy to be making these. I've never gotten a chance to really make pride flags or anything other than like Pride Month. I don't know, it's nice. Simplify. It's shit. That one's 5. I have a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't have a 5 1. Okay. Thanks, Kiwi. I think I did that one. I think I didn't distribute the colors evenly in that one, so I'm just gonna. Here's the one Kiwi sent me. I fucked up my wrist again. I'm kind of annoyed I fucked up my wrist again. Thank you, Kiwi. And then this one. There's a flag for bears too? Really? Makes sense. Does it have bears on it? Using the right one? Okay, cool. Yeah, Kiwi sent me like a simplified version of the colors, so I'm using those ones. Is it just a paw? Is there a simplified version of this one? What is this one? Which one's this one? I didn't do my pansexual one yet. I didn't do my pansexual one yet. Fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I can do two. 1, 2, 3, 4. Give me this one. The pink. I like the colors of this one a lot. The yellow. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one has 7. 4. No, it's not. It's one of my favorite pride flags. Really? What is it then? 4. That and the leather. What is the leather one? I wish to be informed. What is this leather one we speak of? There. Okay, 1 second. Okay, there. I like the colors. The colors are cute. Leather. Oh, what does leather pride mean though? What does that mean? Also, because I did this one in all the colors, I think I have to go back into the lesbian flag in all its colors. So I feel bad that I didn't do all the colors. This one. White. Blue. Is that a biker flag? Is that what that stands for? I don't want to assume. I don't know what it stands for. I don't know what the other one means. Okay. Oops. Okay. Let me do the lesbian one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. Shit, I crashed, and no, it's the Leather King flag one for. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, I gotta make kiwis now. Kiwis has 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 7. 1, 2, 3. I think the normal one has 6, so I can take the pan one and make it 6. This one. This one. There you go. That's right. Let me finish. Oh. Perfect. I do like the kissy mark on the old one though. I think it's kind of cute. Pog. Pride flags have been completed. Alright, now I'm just gonna... There you go. Yeah, okay. And if anybody ever wants one, I can just make one. Do I have to just, like... No, don't use... Oh, I'm not going to. I just think that, like... It's a cute... It's a cute symbol. Like the how I think the bear, the little bear paw is cute. Tunic. Yeah, I know it's not good. It's then why we don't use it anymore. But I thought it was. I just thought it was cute. My bad. I'm sorry. I don't mean it's good. I just think that the symbol is cute. Which one's this one? What is this one? What is this one? Reminds me of a watermelon. I'm sorry if that's offensive. What is it? What is this one? What's the watermelon one? What is this one? I just went off this chart. I don't know what. I guess I could just wait. I could probably just click this and it'll probably tell me, huh? Abrosexual. Flag. There's a hoodie for my flag I want because it looks better than the official. Ooh, what is this one? Oh, interesting. But there's a lot more in here. Let's just circle more. Wait. I think I fucked this one up. Yeah, this one. Wait. No. Yeah, it's the bottom one. Wait. Asexual. It's this one. It's this one. I'm sorry. This one is this one. This one is this one. This one is this one. It's this one. And then... oh, this one. I have that one, don't I? It's this one, right? Oh, no, I mixed them up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for mixing them up. This one's the gay men's pride flag. This one's the Neptunic one that I made. I think this one's the... yes. This one's the Neptunic one. Yes. Yes? Yes. This one, that one. And then... I forgot. Wait. Wait, there's more colors on this one. Man. Well, I have it. So hopefully it'll be okay. Okay, all of them are named. Hopefully I named them right. You can keep it on there. Yeah. Okay, boop, boop, boop. Okay, so now we have pride flags, we have animal ears, we have like forehead? No, it's just front head accessory. And then we can do hats. And the hats I want to do is like a little glow. Let's make that much noise. But you figure it out. Just to feel seen. We have a little halo. Oh, I was thinking of a way to do wings. I think I had an idea of a way to do wings. But you probably won't. You can like float off in space. There you go. The outside white. There's a small update you can do to that one if you want to be more inclusive, more recent. Did you send it to me? To this one? This one? that the one you're talking about? Because if so, yeah. Butterfly wing. Yeah. Send it to me. I do butterfly wings wrong? It's another triangle that adds intersect. I'll do that. I think would these have to scoot though? So like these all would have to scoot though, right? And then like that. It's another triangle. Oh wait, it's just one triangle, so it's this one. And then we add the intersects one. This one. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one. Oh, it's so tiny. Does that look right? I hope that looks right. I hope that looks right. I guess I could also scoot the flag out more. But I think it looks good, maybe? You also have to clarify where you get the infos because some criminals try to sneak their way into lists and that. Oh, really? That's I would not have known that. There we go. Alright, now we got our little baby wings. Like pets and animal abusers. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that kind of makes sense then why, like, the pet one got in on some sites. I don't know how to do this. Like, this doesn't look like a wing. I think it kind of looks like a wing. More flags than Harrow, I think. Okay, so we should be okay then, huh? Hopefully everyone will be happy. And I mean, like, of course, again, I can always make more. I'm never against making more. But for right now, so I don't overwhelm myself too much, this is all that we're gonna have. For now. There you go, little guy. I'm actually gonna make these 10. They're accessories. So with you, gonna make you 10. This should go behind the ear, maybe? Are you thinking of doing wigs? Oh, I could do wigs. Be like wigs, one-off wigs, like a clown wig. So I'd probably, cause those ones I'd probably make more like one-off ones. Less like multicolored ones. That kind of got fucked up. No. Use acid like BLT's toys, or they can have a BLT plush. They'll probably be able to have like a BLT plush. But yeah, their style is like a little bit different than BLT's because BLT doesn't have. BLT has shading. This stuff has shading on it, like just very simple shading, but it does have shading on it. But I think at the size that they're at, I don't know if that'll really matter. Let's just go on. I hope I'm not making all these bases for no reason. I'm gonna have to redo them later. Oh, mind to hold the fetus? Okay, that's good. Sounds good. These are going to be back items. And the pride flags can be separate to things that you hold. So I want to do. There's a one type of butterfly wing I like the best, which is always going to be this one. We're going to do this color. It'll probably be at least 5 to 8 on screen whenever you have it up. Or if it's like 5 to 8, I think for now, like we can have them like on screen, like you know, you can see all this space down here. But if we ever get more than that, I might have to turn them off. Oops. Or turn them off for like the gaming screen. Not gonna lie, I forgot if I already. I'm gonna be honest with you, Vex. I'm starting to really like Tato's voice, so no complaints from me. To make like a simple little pattern for this, though, huh? I think it would be kind of wrong if I don't. You can also customize the size and positions of your background, even make it different for different scenes. Pog. Yeah, Choco has a really good example of like having them on her screen because like they have their own little like house on the bottom of her screen. Whereas mine, I think I kind of just want you guys to like stay with me, I guess. Probably. There's one pair of wings. Butterfly wings. I feel like the outline shouldn't be blank. Fairy wings. Oh, you want me to send you the background I made since the default one is just the screen? Yeah. I'm down. I am down. Oh, fairy wings. She was a fairy. Oh, fairy wings. Should have 2? You just can't really see the second one. I think one's okay. You have butterfly wings, and then you have a fairy wing. And have little party hats. I'm gonna turn this off. And call these hats. I'm gonna turn the ears off for now as well, because I'm done with those. Pride flags are done. Back items. I have like a little backpack. Give you a little backpack, like a Finn's backpack. That only should be 10. Finn's backpack. Marker. And then I take a half circle. I make the inside this color. Oops. Oh, what's happening? Layer, convert to curves. Layer, convert to curves. This one, and then we invert it. Yeah, you have a tiny fins back. I have a little backpack. Kind of looks like a bean, but I think that's okay. We should be like. And then, what other back items can we think of? A sword. It's not a simple sword. This one. Big, dirty, stinking base. And the inside will be this color. I need no food. I don't need no coloring. I don't know color. I don't need no getting. I don't like this sword. I'll make another sword another time. I'm not into the sword right now. Actually, can I do... It's kind of a more simple sword, I think. Wait, what about the wood swords? Wood sword. Yes. Oops, so good. Oh, this was actually transparent. Oh, that's crazy. This is long. My little baby gonna hold this. It's so long. breathe. I don't need no phone. I no coke. The baseline junkie. Funky. And then we join the bears. Frame sizes under more efficient and higher quality. Okay, I was thinking of like 50 by 50 personally. Cause like the 32 by 32 is just so tiny. I actually wonder what Choco puts hers at. Cause Choco has like, hers aren't pixelated. I think this is still too long for you. It's crazy. What you say. I think mine are 32 and they weren't too small. Okay. Okay. That's like, as long as they weren't too small. So I just don't want mine to look pixelated. What? Fucking done. It's that time of the month. Wait, actually, the one I sent you is 30, and you were assigned. And the one you were assigned when you followed me, 64. Okay, might do 64 then. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Is there not actually? Alright, now you have a little sword. Sword. I think that's it for back items for now. That I can think of. That's cute. Okay, cool. Cry unless it's that time of the month. I forgot what I was doing. I want a little cowboy hat. I feel like we can take from my files though. YouTubing assets, my assets. Hat import. Me. Give me cowboy hat. I'm gonna be awfully big compared to him. 10. These all should be 10. And then I'm too fucking the job and you ask where the hell I've been. I'm too clever. Oh, we take all the shading off. We don't want shading. Can't forget the propeller hat. Oh, I won't. Oh, I won't. Don't you worry, I will not. This is 10, but this is like a really thick 10. Make them like 6. Let's make them 6. This is thick as fuck. Okay, then you have the cowboy hat. Cowboy hat. I do have to move this a little bit higher though. Hang on. I think the hat needs to be flipped. Flip. Yeah. The spinny hat. And bring this up. You know, good on you, Kiwi, for remembering about all the stuff I've made previously. Yeah. These all have to go to 6. No, it's this one. I think I can remove that though. Same with this one, That's valid. Here, we're gonna fix, oops. So it's just like a little spinny hat. Wait, no. Should this be like, I think it should be like this. Feels a bit wrong. I think this needs to come in more. There you go. And then okay, now you have your propeller hat. Which I think is centered correctly. There you go. Just gonna make sure. And then what else do I want? Ooh, the baguette hat. Forgot about the baguette hat. We will baguette. Make this 6. You are a little connoisseur of the baguette. Look at you. Oh, so cute. Oh shit, where'd the hat go? It's in here. Oh, the party. Oh, the wizard hat? Y'all need a wizard hat, that's for sure. Hold on. Okay, this isn't exactly working how I planned it to, but just give it like a second. And then I will fix it. Your loving hand, baby. I think I have to switch this a little bit. Nope, I didn't switch the whole thing. Maybe like, there you go. This is still a little bit thick though. And I'm just gonna make sure the outline is 6. Same for this guy, make it 6. You're a wizard, chat! What else we got? I'm begging, I don't wanna lose you. Do this one. I forgot that I have a Kirby and slime avatar if you want me to send those for frame references. I think it'll be okay. I think I know how to animate it, I just have to do it. I just gotta do it, you know? One thing. Begin to live again. Oh. Oh. Hi, wife. Hello, wife. How you doing? Taking a break. Class is done and my back was able to push through it all, so it's time to Hearthstone and chill for a bit. Fuck yeah. I ended early. Are you doing okay? Are you doing okay? Damn, I'm glad I got the Ethernet. I'm getting 4. Oh, nice. Fast internet. Okay. He has a party hat. He has a wizard hat. He has a baguette hat. He has a spinning hat, a cowboy hat, and a halo. You want a frog hat too? I have a frog hat if you want. And the frog hat. It looks a little weird now, but I'll fix it. I'll fix it. It'll look great. 6. This all needs to become 6. This one. 6. I need to turn the party hat off, I can't see. Ah, yes. 6. 6. Magnifique. Or maybe not. That is insane uploads. What is it? Is it really? Oh, it's not that one, it's this one. Give me the bucket. Got to bucket the hat. Oh, come back. I know, right? I used to be. Oh, that is a lot more. Jesus. There, you can have a little froggy hat. I feel like these are supposed to be thinner. Same with like the eyes. How does it look without the halo behind it? I think it's pretty good. I think I would flip it though. There you go. And then I think that's all I'll give you for now. Got a few. There's so many hats. Ears. The ears. I just want to make one really quick, just to see how it looks. Got a little back sword. I'm gonna keep the back sword. So what if we did the spinny hat? The ears! Yay! We have a bunch of ears. We have puppy ears. We have human ears, because it was requested. And we have bunny ears, wolf ears, cat ears, mouse ears, bear ears, and then goblin ears. At least what I call goblin ears. It's hard to tell because they're green though. Or they're not green. And then the bag accessories, we have a sword, a backpack, butterfly wings, and fairy wings. And then we have a bunch of pride flags. We have lesbian, gay men's, abrosexual, intersex, asexual, non-binary, bisexual, trans, neptunic, pansexual, and the progressive pride flag as well. And then we have the halo, the frogly hat, cowboy hat, which I think now that I look at these, I want to change the color of the outside. Because it would, I think, look nicer. And also the outline of this is incorrect. Should be out a bit more. And that one's fine. And the spinny hat. I think I gotta change the outline of this as well to be the darker blue. And this one should be a darker red, maybe. Yeah. And that one's fine. That part's fine. And then you got the baguette hat. Ooh, what happened to this? Whoa, what happened here? Oh, I think I know what happens. Go wait. There we go. Oh, you made him French. He can't be French. Oh shit, what happened to this one? Oh my god. Radius 0. There we go. Now he is a French. He is a French. And the wizard hat's already good. Because I matched the outline colors of this to like my model at the time. My little chunky baby model. That's why it's like this. This one should be... That's how to get it. I think I have to make this more pointy. Wizard! And then party hat. Which, this one I think I'll just keep as is. Ugh. I think it's pretty good. I think he's got plenty of things now. Oh, you will me. The skin. Milk bean. And then I'm just gonna... different colors. Like a blue one. And the one that's in the pot is gonna be a different color too. You wanna see he's green. His soul is green. He has been done. He is done. Little babies are completed. Thank you for the song request. They are done. I could see how he looks on a thing though. Frame size is under 100 pixels by 100 pixels, so we're gonna do 64 by 64. We're gonna make a new preset. Forgot how to do that. Calendar preset. This is going to be stream avatars. Does a DPI matter? I guess I should look it up, huh? No, not around. How to overlay commands, application content creating avatar. PNG override sprite sheet locally avatar folder or by avatar settings. Okay, I guess I'll look at the tutorial. Interesting. Kiwi did send me the example template though. Actually, do they have one in stream avatars? I just okay. So wait, in avatars? Oh, okay. Oh. Haha. File open. Lockman. Lockman is very small. Okay. Come here, milk bean. I don't know if any of this matters, so I'm just gonna make him small. Bro, making him so small fucks him up! Not the rasterize at all. Rasterize. Rasterize. I realized me rasterizing him fucks him up because now his legs can't be separated. It's fine, I'm just testing. I'm very interested the fact that this doesn't have like the squares on it or whatever. This must be 32. 50. Okay, that makes sense. Grid. I guess this is why people use Asprite though, now that I look at it. I like the way he sits. Walkman's so cute. Oh. Eh. Oh. You said before you walk out the door. I'm surprised they don't have a maybe I'm wrong and maybe they did and I just didn't see it, but I'm surprised that they didn't have a template sprite sheet with these boxes on them. Not old enough to stay. I don't worry, but I just want to say that I like your bottle very much. Much sillies. Have a wonderful day, night, whatever time it is. Thank you! Thank you for complimenting my model and thank you for respecting my rules. That's very nice. I don't expect most Chinese to respect my rules. These three. Again. Oops. Oops. This 1, 2, 3. Oh, I just didn't need this one. Okay. Grid lock. Okay, now I can't fucking see because the background is transparent, so I'm just gonna make it gray, neutral gray, so I can see. Okay. How do you put accessories on? I guess I don't have to think about that right now. Off. Wait, I want to make sure this is tall enough for the tallest set of ears, though. It is! Nice. Okay, so I guess milk bean is good for this frame? I wonder if I could modify milk bean to be this small. I don't think I can, though. Back accessories, hat, font accessories. He's so crazy looking. Okay, let's try the compound first. Oh, he's so small. Monster Hunter sprites are 270. Wait, what? That means I could... That means at least could do like 100 by 100, yeah? I feel like I could at least do 100 by 100. I don't need that much now. I don't want to make him too small though. So. How big is this? Oops. Okay. Oh. There you go. What? I did it wrong. Okay. Okay. God damn. Those are not small. Oh, it's just. Yeah. Really, 100 though? Okay, what size is Milk Bean? What size are you guys? I think that'll be fine. Might still be a lot, but or well, hold on. Go back. I want to know how Milk Bean would look at the size that I had him at originally, I guess. I think that's too small. That's just too big. Let's do 60. I think 60 can be okay. Just scale them up. Lay that on the oh, scale down below. Around. Okay, so this was 1 point. There's 1.1. Oh Jesus. Okay, and so like 2. There we go. So it's gonna bother me, yes. Face is good now. Enjoy when he's sleeping. Oh. Same height? I think so. Yeah. Okay. I think I'll keep mine at this one. Because I don't think because you guys don't need that much detail. Let's see how these look. Not as crispy as I want them to be, but I think they'll work fine. Okay. So I have to scale this guy up. Not you. This is I'm gonna be about the same height, I think. This is giving PTSD pleasure of learning how to edit assets to work on some old code project. Smile. Yeah, essentially what Stream Avatars is just a game engine at the end of the day, so. Not that surprising. You with. Just do that one. With. I think that's correct. Yep. And then this one. Okay. To be fair, I think I'm only gonna do. I'm like up to here, I think. Anyway, so. Okay, so the height is this one. Oh. Huh? Oh, it's this one. Oops. Oh. It's not go as far down as I wanted it to. 760. Okay. 760. Alright, lock this guy. This is the background. Ooh, okay. That was a lot of work. Not gonna lie. I think there's no. I'm a little peckish. I might get a little snack. And then, do we want to play Minecraft? Do we want to play, do we want to rig something in Live 2D? Or do we want to, what else do we want? Okay, rig, Minecraft, or something else that I will figure out once I return. I don't think I scaled this right. What the fuck? What do you mean? Huh? What? This is 60 by 60, isn't it? Is it because there's supposed to be like one underneath it? $32 by $34. It would have to be 64 by 64, wouldn't it? God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna go make a snack. I'll be right back. Ooh, save as. Milk bean cream avatars. Save. Okay, I'll be right back. No shit, welcome back, Buster. Small with scale. What? Wait, what's happening? Okay, watch a little of the video. The video, you can scale this as long as the images are divided by the frame height is equal to the whole number. Hello. I made a sandwich. I'm gonna eat my sandwich. I don't know if I made a good sandwich though. This is a turkey sandwich with mayonnaise and cheese and hot sauce. I got some stuff from my favorite yarn store. Did you get yarn? I saw like a sauce on it that Pickles made yesterday. But it's like, I think it's like black pepper turkey on sourdough bread with pepper jack cheese, mayonnaise, and hot sauce. Hey, this sandpaper is pretty soft. I think the sauce is tartar sauce. So I'm like, don't think it's bad. I'm just like, huh. Oh no, why isn't Virginia letting you update your drivers? Is it like kicking back or something? Was it what is this one? Is this buffering like crazy? Make sure you don't have anything that's like open that could be using in video. Like Discord. Oh. You know, you could kind of use StreamYard and make SpriteTuber. You could. There's a lot easier ways, I think, though, to do it. Or just as hard, I guess, maybe? I don't know. Alright, I feel much better now. I've eaten. Alright. I'm gonna fix this and then I'm gonna go do something else. Is that how it's supposed to be? Oh, I should have done it the way Kiwi just said, actually. Dimensions. Pixels 30. I think it's 32 by 32 right now. So 384 times 2. 786. 786. 768. Anything is one track you're talking about, then else you can change. 1216, 1216. Okay. I don't think I wanted that to scale the whole thing, but it didn't. Why didn't you scale with it? I find it very interesting. That's not how it was. Hold on, maybe I did my math bad. Yeah, you could. Oh, I see. What's happening? In flashbang chat, that's what's happening. Just gonna make sure that this is all good. Okay, so 384. Oh, wait. Is it 2? Is it 2? I don't know. Oops. Play the best song in the world, or eat your soul. What the fuck? Play some VR. Understandable. This is 160. Okay, well, I don't know how he got to be 160, but he's 160 now, and I'm not changing it. He is staying 160. I don't want to change it anymore. That's how it works? Or is it like one? It's a single line. And 65, okay. That's just gonna be how it be now. I'm not changing it. I think this is the hug one, isn't it? Actually, I don't know what that one is. Oh, it's not the greatest song in the world, no. This is just a tribute. Oh, the greatest song in the world. This is a tribute. Song in the world. Song in the world. Oh, you can set up dimensions. I don't know what that meant. So, I think I'll just keep it. I don't know what it means. What does it mean, Chad? I don't know. You sound anything like this song. Just a tribute. You gotta believe us. You were there. No opinion. Oh, God. Well, that's interesting. Well, I doubt I'll use that many frames, so it doesn't really matter, I guess. Grid. And now I take the boy. Oh, oops. Okay. Painful. Okay. Let me just fix this crazy little eyeballs. Every time it says. This is only like 2. I feel like the line art's a bit thinner. Okay, I had said no now, so bad type so good. Thank you for still type even though type bad. Oh my god. The raster is so ugly. Trying to find the original milk bean. Thank you for the headbutt, Taylor. I think that's right. For the background, you'd want to draw the parts separately so you can create depth, otherwise the avatars would be behind or in front of everything. Huh? I don't know if I'll draw a background, to be honest. Maybe. I might do like a fish tank kind of thing. Almost fucking anything. Alright, I guess I'll do it. I'll do a little bit. A little bit. The stance the exact same. Yes. Meep. Meep. One. Frame. He's like jumping, right? So. Just make these all one so I can see them in their little previewer. I feel like this is not necessary. And then, actually, no, I'm presuming that they have these for a reason, so. Sit. If it's all an image, they disappear behind the set or stay in front of them. I mean, they probably just stay in front of it, no? Where's the one that sits? Where's my milk beans? It's the one that's sitting. Give me the one that's sitting. It's already sitting. This is the wrong one. Make them smaller. And then this label. Oh well, this one goes on top. And then take this butt part. Put that in there. Move this one. Maybe this was wrong. Made Home Depot bucket week. No! No. No Home Depot buckets. It's very interesting. I didn't notice that. I guess what happens is this needs to come up. Actually. Yeah. Layer. I will modify it a little bit. That looks like he's sitting more. There we go. I'll remove his old legs now. He got his new legs. I'll just disappear. Oh shit! Thank you for the video. Why him? Stop! No, don't hit him! No! No hitting him, he's just a baby. Or you're just a baby. Don't be hitting yourself. Be hitting yourself, that's not nice. Having some dilemmas, but we can fix it. Fixed it. There you go. Does he have another sit? Yeah, another sit. Yeah, that's right. That has 3D models? What the fuck? What? What? Is it the same? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. 3, 4, 5, yeah. A little bit over again. Whoa! Thank you for the face. Scare the shit out of me. My head hurts. Dude, that's fucking crazy. That means they took pictures of the models and like did them multiple times, you know? I don't know what this is. This is punching. Where's the walking one? Spit. This looks like what are these ones? Avatars, Blockman, back. Oh, it's this one. Idol. That's his walk. This is his walk. Oh. Which one is his jump? This one? I'm gonna lay back and watch you sound good. What the fuck? I thought this was his jump. God damn it. Jump. This one. It's the fourth one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the fifth one. It's this one. God dang it. Someone made a background for stream overlays? Huh? This is idle. This is. I want this one to be. God damn it. This is jump. Fucking shit. Boo. Jump frame. I sent you a cheat sheet or animations in DMs a while ago. Yeah. The guy. This one. Yeah. But I'm using this one because this one has more variety, so I can play with it more. Okay, god damn it. So this one's jump. This one's sit. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Idle. Walk. Sit. Stand? What? That doesn't make sense. This one. Idle. Walk. Jump. We're gonna skip the next one, so this one can go up one. I say as I don't know where it sits. 1, 2. 2. This is jump. This is sit. Default commands and anything lower is custom. Cool. Sleep, okay. Because this one does it out of order. The one that I'm referencing. It does idle, walk, sit, stand, jump, attack, wave, dance. And hover. So I think I'm gonna do the animations based off of the one you sent, but do them here. Okay, now how do I get you to walk? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It needs to go there. I guess I could like just like that. And then take this one. Put this one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then take this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And like move. Nope, I want the other one. Give me the other one. I'm gonna do this one. Wait. I think these have to be up though. Yeah. So I want to try this. Export milk bean as. Wait, hold on. No. Save as. Yes. And now go to wait, no, I did okay, I put them in here. Forgot how to do the thing though. Import, export, I probably should watch the video. Save and reload. Milk bean. What was the grid size? It says 165 by 165, but I don't believe that's true. I think it's 32 by 32. Change the frame size will delete all settings for animation and physical. Okay, I can't see. Oh, he's so crispy. Or not crispy, opposite of crispy. How do I test him? I want to test him. Save. Connect. It's. Okay, now I connect it. Oh, he's so tiny. He's so tiny. Oh no. I think I did something wrong. Document settings. 1, okay. And then document setup. Oh. Let me put it on screen. Yeah, 1 second. I can't do math. 7684. 7684. 608 times 2 equals 1216. Okay. Oh, wait. Wait, this is how we test it. 660! Change the scale below the height before you change it. Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean? This one? This is 110. This is dimensions. And stream. Oh! Okay, hold on. Oh, scale? I feel like 3. He's still very crispy. Let's do 10. 5? I don't think that... Okay. So we're gonna do it this way. 1216 768. We'll rescale and I'll say okay. And now I will export the PNG and hope and pray that it works, because I don't know what size anything is anymore. Yes. Disconnect. Save and reload. Avatars and gear. Let's do 64 by 64. Continue. That looks right. Still a little crispy though. Connect. He's so crispy. Why is he so crispy? Is it because the document is fucking in 72 dpi? The apple did no independently. Let's connect. Not what I want to do. Avatars. Why is he so crispy? Why is he so crispy? It's 300 dp. Oh, he's not that big. He's not that big. No. Wait, but doesn't he walk around okay? There's like a little tap there. I mean, that's good enough. To be fair. Okay, why documents? Okay, why is this weird? So what size is this now? 25. 66 by 66 is what it says. Okay. Good lord. 66. 66.
Go my son, tippy tap your way into our hearts.
A document setup. Do I duplicate it again? Oh shit, I can't do that in my head. I don't know what scale to do this at. Times 2 equals 2432. 2 by 7 times 2. 1536. 1536. Okay. Close. What is it okay now? Could be a lot worse. Okay, let's try this one. Save and reload. Okay. 128. Wait, 128. Right now. Yep. Okay. Not bad. He's bigger. He's bigger and I don't... Whoa! Whoa! Oh, it's Kiwi! You have to make sure it's the topmost capture? It probably would go in the background, to be honest. Above the bean chair. Game. Or it would be a spout capture. I turn spout on. Babies. The chat. Oh, chat, avatars. My bad. Can you multiply that? There you go. Go my beans. The jump break it. Jump breaks it. Okay. You just lock this. Wait, where'd it go? Wait, where'd it go? Oh, okay. I look up to see babies. Yes, the babies. Actually, I'm being in front of my model. Behind the cassette. Okay. So jumping breaks it. Why does it break it? I have the jump. Walk, stand, jump. Oh, it's because this one. What do you mean I have to have stand? You can do it that way, or you can edit the background to the floor height so you can keep it fitting your screen. I fit it to the screen. I just made it smaller. For now. This one doesn't work. Yep. Save and reload. Okay, now he has jump. So now if I connect it... Still not that crispy, to be fair. If I jump... He jump. The delay is weird though, and I don't like that though. But I will fix that later. Whoa! I have 2 of me. First available soldier, streaming attack. Yes, I jump. It's kinda cute though, ain't it? But why are they crispy? That's the real question. Why are they so crispy? Save. We'll close this for now. Okay, I want to test another thing. So, if in whoop, whoop. Okay, so that's how much bigger they are currently to them. So this should make them, yeah, so 32 by 32. I'm confused why making the thing bigger didn't help the resolution. Though I guess for you guys it doesn't matter. But for me it matters. For me it bothers me. Yeah, they're still like... okay. Let's try... Let's try doing it a little differently then. Look at OBS, not the avatars. But they're so tiny. Hold on, I'll make it bigger. See, they're like fuzzy. I don't like it. It bothers me. Also, you should be on this. Hold on. General. Windows settings. Set this monitor. Connect. There, now you're the right size. Ish. I don't want you guys going all the way over there, though. How do I make a bounding box? I don't want you guys to be over there. Background, color, scale, name scale. You guys are kind of big. Maybe there's anti-aliasing setting in the stream avatars? Maybe. Background? Background? What? Disconnect? Okay. Ah! Background selection? This is hard. Do I have a little guy? If I connect it, probably. I think my background. Oh, yeah. Let me try that one. I don't know where I put it, so I'm just gonna re-download it. Save. Just import the zip. Okay. How do I oh wait, I have to open the folder, right? Give. Open folder. Backgrounds. Downloads. Save and reload. Sidebar? Wait, new? Oh shit. Wait, do I have to unzip it? Far left, far left. Oh, import. Oh, select file. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh. Sorry, I keep clicking the wrong button. Select file. Avatar background. Okie dokie backgrounds. Kiwi stream. Whoa. Oh. This is cool. Shadow avatars got real fucking big though. Oh, I see how this works. Maybe reposition this. Lock it. Is that borders too? A boa does. Wait, a boa does. Oh, these have Minecraft flowers. Oh my god. Okay. Test them with that. Okay. It didn't work. Oh wait, I have to select it. My bad. Look at them. Look at them go. How do I do a thing? They're Kirby flowers actually? Oh. Look at Buster. I'm throwing around Buster. Buster. Wah. Wah. This is cute. All upside down now. Nerd. Well, I mean, I don't know. Okay, so edit. I wish I could know. Like, I could test this on the stream while it.
Father, help!
Ah! Ah! Okay, back to menu. Okay, why didn't. Wait, hold on. What was I doing? I think I was making this bigger. Just looking for a good time tonight. Because I don't think my animations are going to be this long. But you know what? If they end up being this long, then you know what? My bad. Okay. That's what you get for throwing me? No, that's valid. Scam! Oh shit, I'm sorry! I'm sorry. I was distracted by making you guys. I'm sorry.
He needs some milk!
He needs some.
This is Patrick.
It's Patrick. You're welcome. Change the base model, the only way to fix it is to re-upload it. Huh? Yes. Save and reload. Avatars. Shit. What is the number of this? 196. It's not gonna like that number. 196. Apply. Continue. What the fuck? It did like it. Ooh. Oh. What? 196 by 196, it should work. Number divided by 2432? 2432? Okay, 2432 divided by 12. 202. 202. 202? What? This is pissing me off. Okay, 1 point. What about 1 point? What about 150? Why is this not working? 150. It does equal the whole number, though. What? Much confusion. Wait, okay, let me read that sentence again. Changes this way. Yep, continue. Oh, wait. 6. The image height divided by the frame height must be equal to the whole number. So the image height. Oh. Yeah, so I have been confused. Okay, you know what? We'll do it this way. File new. What? File new. Stream avatars. What is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times 60. It's 512. Let's do 4 times 2 equals times 8. Oh shit, okay. If I use a 1K texture resolution, I did fuck you. I grab one of you. You should be, what was it, 128? Right? Yes. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. What do you mean? Frame size in stream avatars is 2025. Oh no, is it? Oh, why 2025? Why 2025? Oh, okay. Okay, alright. Okay, this is now 128. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. This should theoretically work. But every time I've tried to do this theoretically, it hasn't worked. So okay. 2025, 2025. 2025. Hey, Milk Bean, come here. It's crazy that I have to make you smaller because I don't super understand why that's the case. But we're gonna try it anyway. Export. It's a square now. And your grid size is literally 128 by 128, which is a nice number. Alright. Oops. Why? So is 2025 divided by 32 a whole number? Divided by 32. Oh. Oops. Then why isn't it working? Urgh. No common factors? I just don't understand why 32 and 32 work, but see, like 32 and 32. What? No? Hey, what's up? Yeah, I'll be right back, chat. Pictures help. I'll be back. Oh, what's up?
I went to the bathroom and then I couldn't fall asleep because a thought occurred to me. We don't, in the press kit, link the root folder anywhere, to, like, the press kit info. And because of that, there's 3 folders that are not accessible to outsiders. So I wanted to add a no hyperlink. I was thinking on, one of these first pages, I'm not sure which one would be best, maybe quick facts, to, like, all press kit info. I think maybe we separate it to be a larger one like the other media.
They're all the same size.
Yeah, just like maybe we just make it more obvious like that. Yeah. Here, like all press kit resources.
Like here.
Actually, when we change it to media kit, we want it to change it to media kit. And then one small other change after we fix that hyperlink.
You're no muted. I know I'm not. I know I'm muted. Boop, 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 boop. I don't have the link.
Could you?
No, I can do. Oh no, I can do
that.
this.
You should have access to it. Yeah.
Copy link. It wasn't an emergency. It was like a work emergency. It's not that bad. Insert hyperlink.
And then can we go to the subclasses? Classes page as well. Change that to classes.
Anything else?
I think that's it.
Okay.
Who's the trying to sleep when that occurred to me? I was like, no, we wouldn't do that. I saved it as media kit in the Prescott folder.
Okay.
If you just put that in a simple bolt.
Put it in 2 places. You going back to bed? I am doing it right now. I can't delete yours. Okay.
Yeah.
But you want to see the milk beans I made? I made these and it's very cute. This is Chat's new mascot. And
like
it's very
bellies.
Yeah, they're like haichus.
Yeah, they are.
And he got a bunch of different stuff.
It's so different.
Like we made a sword, a backpack, butterfly wings, fairy wings, a bunch of pride flags. I'll list it in case I get flack for not listing it. We got the lesbian, gay men's, abrosexual, intersex, asexual, non-binary, bisexual, trans, Neptunic, pansexual, and the most recent pride flag. And he's got a bunch of ears, puppy, human. You see him with human ears? Little monkey.
So you're gonna have like an optional 20,000 point chat redeem to start the war in the bottom of your screen.
Kiwi got me stream avatars.
Oh.
So I'm trying to fucking figure it out. Hey man, I love your stream and enjoy being part of your fan community, bro. You don't even know me. What am I? What am I? I'll accept your friend request if you know what I am. Away screen, big screen, small cam, game screen. Oh, thank you, Kiwi. Okay. Goodbye. Kill this bot now! Pixels is doing it. Pixels will take care of it. Naxia! You can't say that word! That's a bad word. That's a bad word. Are you replacing the PNGs in your file? I am. And it's still not working, and I don't know why. I don't understand. It should work. Let me do it one more time. Milk bean, this one. Save and reload. That's what I'm saying. It's crazy. Let's do 100 by 100 then. It's a whole number. It works nice. What are you talking about? Oh, I did the wrong one. My bad. That's my bad. That's my bad. I don't think the size matters. Because this is 2040, 2432. Sorry, Clone Wars has done irreparable damage to my book. That's valid. I put it in the marketing channel. I'm confused. Okay, we're doing 2024. We're doing a 2K texture open. Oh. Yeah. This makes no sense. 2048. This is supposed to be safe for everyone. This is true. I'm not wrong. That's clone talk. Me personally, I don't care. If you add PNGs to the accessories in the respective files, you can add them so the model is customizable. Cool, but I want the model to work first. I want it not to be so not crispy. Because it's gonna bug the shit out of me. Okay, so 2024 divided by 8 is 253 by 253. I'm honestly not paying attention to the music. I'm so kind of upset that I don't understand how this works. To be honest. Oh wait, instead of repositioning all of them, 1 minute, it doesn't matter. You're the original size still? No. Yes. Yes. I don't know why I said no so quickly, because I do. I just want to see if it works. Okay. Okay. This one. How many pixels is it? Oh, this number. It's a big number. Save and reload. Okay, so now... What is this? 253? 253. Yeah, it's based off of the avatar sheet size. But I don't understand. Because... Wait, no, I do understand. Wait, no, I don't understand. 2024. Right? Or is it 2048? I forgot. Okay, 2048. Divided by 253. That's 8. What? What? Divided by 8. 256. Am I stupid? I think I might be stupid. I might be stupid. 256. Okay. I might be stupid. 256. Ha ha! Okay, the rest of it didn't work, but it doesn't really matter. They're so big. What is happening? Are they... Oh, it's because the other thing is broken, so they're walking funny. Look at all the babies. Okay, he's pretty big though now. So why is he so big? Scale? Can I make him like a 0.5? You can do decimal points. And then he looks better. Oh, okay. Let's do 0.25. We'll do a fourth of the size. Because I like how small they were, it's just... That's okay. I'll fix it. I want to be smaller than that? No, I like that size. I like that size. Okay. Alright. Now I have to fix the animations. Which is not a big deal. Okay, well, I guess I know what I'm gonna do for the rest. Because I was like, I'm just gonna go do something else because this is confusing me. And now I'm just like, nope, I gotta finish it. I gotta know. I gotta see it work. I did this wrong. I think this... I don't know. I think it's supposed to overlap. Yes, my love. One more spark.
The one that we just added.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Okay.
So I click on that finger and it takes me out.
Oh. Anyone? Wait, oh, I don't know. I did that. To edit my friend. Okay. Okay. What? No, this is not what I wanted. I wanted to clean up my Google Drive. Just gonna delete this. What is this? Oh, that was from my old. That was my old sticker. Okay. I shouldn't be running out of space anymore. Stop. I don't like warnings. I cleaned it up. Leave me alone. Okay, these guys actually have to be a little bit smaller. Really? Make a sheet the frames of 307 and it's 5 times smaller than your original guy. What? Sorry. Yes. Let's hope it works in here. Just scale it. I think mine's smaller than that right now.
Is it?
I have to just give it a new one. Is it not inserting it? Oh. Okay, if that doesn't work, we can do it this way. Insert hyperlink. Okay. Yay! Alright, continue. Export. I'm just gonna send this one to you. Let me see, what is the scale right now? Bars. It's 256. Huh? Marketing channel? Yes. Okay. Okay, that looks good. Just sit. Okay. I will refresh if that works later. You're learning a new skill and you're learning a new program, kind of new skill, so it understands to take a while. Yep. Dice valid. Okay, let's see how he looks. Yay! The animation's still broken though. Hold on. Why is that? Oh. Hmm? Oh! No, that makes sense. Because this grid would no longer line up correctly. Yep. Teehee. Okay. I'm just happy that it works now. Alright. No. Files. Save as for the 10th time. This one, yes. Open recent chat mascot. Give me your background. Cha-cha. Okie dokie. I'm deciding if I want to redo it or not. It looks similar. Okay. I think if I have all of these go here, and then all of these, including you, go here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. If you want, you can make the PNGs and I can make it work in stream avatars. I don't mind. I appreciate the offer, but I think I got this. It's just because I kept rescaling it. It's fine now that I know the scale. It'll be okay. I'm pretty sure. As long as I, you know, do it right, but no. My boy. And I also don't know why I didn't do it like this. And then make this go on top. Right? Yep. Okay. Because worst case scenario, he'll have probably like 6 frames of animation, maybe? I want to say. And worst case scenario, I mean like most worst case scenario. And sit comes up a little bit. And this is how I'm just going to make sure that they're all centered correctly, is by putting this on his tail. On your tail, I guess to say. There you go. And then the sit. You. And the sit. Just the frame rate too? Oh, that's a good point. I did not think about that. This is supposed to be jump, but apparently it's stand. Okay. Yep. Save and reload. Connect. Look at them! Oh, they walk around! Oh, they're so cute! Look, they have little tippy tappies when they walk. Little tippy tappies. Look, wait. If you do exclamation point jump, watch mine. He jumps. The framing is terrible, but he's in the program. Look, Kiwi sitting. He just sitting. He's there like a little baby. Alright, I guess I can change the... Okay, so... Okay. You okay? No. I was gonna ask you what you wanted to eat. Holy fuck, it's midnight. It is for you. Oh, what? Look, there's a kiwi. Look, it's a kiwi. What did you want for food? I ate a sandwich. It's a small sandwich. Okay. You're not checking the turkey, are you? Because I just ate that. And I think it was fine. Okay. Oh, the Italian meats. Valid. Why am I a bug? You're not a bug. You're a Pokemon. I think this is the one that Kiwi had. I think that's why. Hold on, wait. Let me... Can I delete this? I think it's because Mythic Kiwi is on. Yep. Wear this one. So if I turn that one off, it should change you back to a little duder. Kiwi, me. Yep, you're a little duder now. I have to fix the frames. I'm just looking at them. I'm like, damn, I really fucked them up. Alright. Backgrounds. Kiwi stream edit. Okay, so how do I do this? I think it's the grass. Oh. Huh? How do I... Red line is ground height. Oh, create on that? Oh, minus. Can I change the floor? Animated. Relevant tutorials. Fuck off. Wait, how do I edit this one? Oh, image select. Oh, Kirby clouds. Wait, do I have to go download a thing for the background? Steam Workshop. They have a Minecraft one. They have a Yoshi Island one. I have a Sonic one. I really don't want to make a background. Need images to work? Okay, rainbow background. Farm friends. Download. Continue. I'm sure that one. File conflictions will overwrite. Yes, continue. Because I swear to God, they probably don't have the BLT ones. Ooh, this one could be cute too. Hold on. The slime matcher run could be cute. Okay. Avatars. Oh, man. Hold on. I don't want to have to deal with deleting everything except for looping and the save and reload. I use Kirby in a basic background. No, that's valid. I wish you could connect it and like connect it and play with it at the same time, I guess. But I don't think you can. You can preview it by going to the Steam page. Oh, you mean like this? View on Steam? Oh. Backgrounds. I'm gonna edit yours. Grassland. What? Pensfield, Grass Hills, Grassland. What's that? Coral grass? Dry reef, pink rock and carrot, sponge tree. Oh shit. Alright, let's do grass. Oh wait, not this one. Grass Hills. Where is it? Okay, hold on. Grass Hills. Oh shit, Jesus Christ. Is there no, I probably should look at the tutorial, huh? Actually, is there just documentation? I don't like watching videos. I like reading stuff. I've learned for, like... Oh my god! A little scary. I'll send you my PNGs. If you want, I have the Kirby ones. Content creating. Creating loot boxes. Backgrounds. Why is it just a video? I just want to know if there's hotkeys or stuff like this. Okay. Scale negative 0.5. Yeah, 0.5, 0.5. Do I have to have the periods are done? How is Hearthstone? Scale foreground, red line, ground height. I'm making a stream avatars thing. Yeah, I guess this is good. Okay. Oh, this is a Minecraft one. Can I save this? Save? There's not a Minecraft one. It's gonna make me sad if there's not a Minecraft one. What is this? Whoa! It does have background. I was hoping for the Minecraft flowers. I guess I could have done that on my own, though. What's this one? I can't see what it is. Okay, that's fine. Oh, wait. So, if I connect it... They were talking about making collisions? Okay, well... I'm just scoot him. So was good, got up to the new rating bracket, so now I'm taking a break. I beat my head against the wall. Oh, people are better than me, I'm sorry. This one. Oops. Oops. Okay. You can't go out of this box. Oops. You're not allowed to go outside of it. I think. Happy birthday, Elaine. What? It's not my birthday. But thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, give me this. Go in there. You're not allowed to go past the yellow path. It's not wife's birthday? It's not wife's birthday. My birthday is in March. There you go. Okay. Oops. Happy birthday, Elaine. Thank you. Thank you. Oops. It's somebody's birthday, though, today, if you think about it. Yeah, almost 200. This is hard. Okay. Now you guys have to go in here. You guys don't get a lot of space though, do you, in there? I guess I can make it so like you guys can go up. Up here. And then a ladder. I guess you can have a ladder be here. Oh my eye. Collision. Oops. Oops. Oh. Okay, now if we go here. Make custom name tags too? Oh shit. Nice. And other. You guys don't want to go up on the little ladder? I made a little ladder. Or maybe it's because it's like you don't have ladder, one way, teleport, scriptable, spawn zone, I don't actually know how to do this. You need like a wider ladder? There you go. Go. There. Okay, can you guys like go up the ladder? I'm putting me up here. Oh, I'm going up. I followed my wife. Mew's going. Mew's go. Wait. I have to be on like a different screen. Look, Mew's on this little screen now. Yay! I like it. Okay. Backgrounds. Okay. The clouds are a little distracting. But I like all the flowers. Just one, two more. Is it a Kirby plushie? Where's a Kirby plushie? Oh my god, you hit a Kirby plushie. That's crazy. Grass hills. Where's the bush? I want bush. I wish I could like zoom into these things. But I cannot. But like something. I wish you could just like right click on them. I'm annoying that you can't. I'm gonna vary up the flowers a little bit. That one's fine. Oh, I forgot though. I forgot how wide this needed to be. Oh, not that one. I should have marked what flower that I needed you to stop at. Save. Oh, my tongue. I need to borrow one of you. Where'd the collision go? Oh, it's because I was dragging you. Okay, it's next to the... Okay. My tongue. Okay, maybe like 0.4. Essentially, you need to be here. Maybe 0.2 is better. 0.2. Oh. 0.25. 0.3. Tell your dad, tell your dad. 0.34. 0.33. 0.32. Yeah. Did you download the Adventure Time one? No? Does that one have the world in it? Adventure. You on Steam? Wait, there's 2 of them. Bosses. Oh, these are bosses. But it doesn't have a background, it looks like. I don't like the backgrounds and stuff, which suck. Really just one of the backgrounds. This one, edit. Okay, now I gotta move all the flowers. I was just thinking Jake. Okay, you got a point there. Maybe I will go get Jake. That one's fine. That one's fine. This one will move this one. Let's move this one here. Sure. Yeah, this one. A little tough. Don't you know what it's gonna feel? That's what feel right. Feel right. This one got a little. Save. Are you okay? Why are you spawning over there? What were you gonna say? Yes, that's right. Okay. Yeah. Kiwi, get back in there. What you doing in there, Kiwi? Oh wait, I didn't make the Kiwi trying to fucking get out of there. Does this look good? We like this? I can give you guys a gift. Oh. Spawn a star for characters to catch. Kiwi, you're not catching it. Kiwi, you're not catching the star. Oh, you have to. Oh. Oh. I didn't do it. I got it. I thought I could just drop it on you. I didn't know you actually had to do something for it. This is cute. I like this. If I put my desk back, I was gonna like a little bit. Oh look, trailer's going up. I'm gonna call all the currency milk bucks. I could. I don't really mind. Go. I won what from the what? You won from the catch the catch game. This little game that I put. Trying to think what else I was thinking about. I was thinking about oh. The ladder. I fucked it up. I think it's just supposed to be like that. Yeah, there you go. Let's see, look at Womble going up there. Good job. I'm so proud of you guys. Look at you guys. Look at you guys. You guys are so good at climbing. You guys are so good at climbing. I'm so proud. I'm so proud. I have a little guy? Yeah. You have everybody has a little guy. What about that over there? It should be all good now. If you downloaded Kirby, it has pre-built backgrounds. I didn't download Kirby. I'm gonna look at Kirby. Here, I'll just do it this way. Workshop. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's scary. Kirby. I think Kirby's ones is okay. It's like too detailed in my opinion. Zookeeper? That one's too basic. It doesn't have backgrounds. Boss, scripts, player, class. Tamagotchi! Wait, shit. What the fuck? Tamagotchi, bro. Oh. Hold on, the lamb is cute. Oh, sorry. Does Animal Crossing have the ground? I don't think it does. Does it mean that it doesn't? I guess I'm gonna have to go into a game and like steal its flooring. Wait, there was a Terraria one, wasn't there? Yeah, background Terraria. Did I not get this one? I thought I got this one. Hold on. I wish you could keep this on, but also edit it, you know? Background. Wait, did I not? You crazy. Amber, amethyst, ruby. Whoa, what is this? Oh. Let's go back to. Oh, there's a lot of them here. Huh. Ooh! You want cars? You want cars, Kiwi? What do you think I'm made of? Money? I'm gonna be sitting here for a while doing that. I feel like I should work on the animations. I'll work on the animations for a little bit longer, and then I'll work on the background off stream. For Vex? God damn it. Fine. I don't know why, but you say for Vex, and then I go, alright. Are these like avatars? Are these avatars? All cars for cars easy to create a stream. Oh, it is an avatar. Oh shit. I'm only gonna give you one. I'm only gonna give you one. Slugbug? Sports black. Sports red. Purple truck. Huh? I wasn't paying attention. What car do you want? You get one car. What car do you want? You're gonna be one car. You want the black one, the red one, the darker black one, the green one, the blue one, the pink one, or the orange one? Avatars include cats. Well, you guys are milk beans. Which one do you want? You can have one. You convinced me to get drawing, so I'm working on a dragon sketch. Cool. Cool. Hope it's fucking epic. I can't draw dragons. I don't know how to draw a dragon. Pick one. I can crash my Ford F-150. Okay. It's enabled. I don't want to do it like this. I'm too lazy to do it like this. This one, these two, so these ones deleted. Save and reload. Wait, what? Oh. And that's gonna tell me errors and then delete all. Okay. Steam Workshop. Nope. Avatars. Okay, there's the truck, and then there's a milk bean. I swear to God, if you're all trucks, I'm taking away the truck. But you won't know yet until I get done with stuff. Actually, no, I can work on the things while you guys are here. So make you guys a little bit smaller. I don't know, I kind of like how big you are. I guess I should have, changed the names, though. I don't like the font. Can I change the font? Name tags. Stack. Hides on stack height. 3. Fade out on hide on activity. Play with avatars. Oh, okay. I didn't actually have a lot of things. There's a wrestling ring? Oh, okay. Maybe at some point we can have a wrestling ring then. Okay. How do you look like when you walk? You scoot back a little bit, so that means I've done something wrong. Okay. So walk. What have I done wrong here? I could have sworn I did it right. But it's like you're scooting back for some reason. Okay, I'll just redo it. The fuck? You can fart? I'm seeing a thing with this that I'm learning. That each frame should have its own rectangle. But then how do I turn the rectangles off? Okay, never mind. I should do it this way, and then take this guy, and then we copy and we paste it. So that way they're all the same. And the only thing that should change are your little peats. Okay. And it's up. Okay. How am I gonna do this? Up? Oh wait, but if I do it this way, it's not gonna make sense. Where do these guys go? Oh. This one. This one? And then your foot goes out. And then we recopy the first frame, this one. And then copy and paste it again. And then this foot goes up. And wait, this one's miscellaneous? I thought this was Sonic. I thought it was just Sonic. It says miscellaneous, but I feel like it's just Sonic. That one looks like Donkey Kong. The second one you sent me looks like Donkey Kong. Okay. Version of a love video. That's quite a few. I wasn't expecting that many. Disconnect. Avatars. Okay. FPS is 5 frames per second. I think there's 5 frames of animation. Why do you do that? Why you walk weird? It's because this guy is on? A little bit, it seems. How? The blank face before. There you go. Wait, how's your walking look? I think standing is also off. So I gotta redo that one. Release your inhibition. I think it's this one. Boop. Oops. Yes, where your book begins. Why do you still do that? Why do you still do that, chat? I gotta do 6. Preview? I don't understand. What? How are you going back? How are you doing that? Oh. Oh, that's how you're doing that because I'm stupid. I'm sorry. Mama's dumb. So that should be fine. And then I do this. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay, I got it. Let's just have this go all the way out first. So I can line them up. 1, 2, 3, 4. we fit 2 more. And this is the row. I'm gonna lock this one because this one might have more, but for now it's not going to. Okay. Now we take this one, this one, this one. I feel like I grabbed the wrong frame. What's happening? Oh wait, no. Okay. Oh, nope, I did this backwards. So it should be... this one? No. This one. What? Oh, let me organize them. Oops. The second one. What is this one? It's this one. So it should be... this one? Oh wait, no, it's this one and then this one. Okay. I figured it out. Okay. So it'll be these guys. Move this one. Yep. Oh, I forgot to save and reload. Save and reload. What? Why? I know for a fact you were centered at this point. Why does the frame move like you want? Or find your settings. I don't. That makes sense. Press the frame. I have a minute. Will you still do that in here? Or one thing? A line I was very confused. Sounds like 2 frames per second. About 5. Or what if it's 10? Stream avatars. The center keeps. Lock resolution? Acceleration. Oh. Let's look at this one. I am confusion. Try doing twice the FPS as the total frames. That's what I did. There's milking. So there's only 5 frames, so I did 10. But the problem is it's moving the center. And I don't know why. Like, this one's okay. And your frames are, but I centered them, I promise. How could they not be centered? Okay, you know what? I'll even do it this way here. All of you go away. Centered on the body or the head? The body, I think. That's 256. Okay. Okay. The feet should touch the bottom of the frame where they'll float. Okay, well that's fine. But that's like besides the point currently. Okay, so this is where we're saying the center is, right? So I'm gonna bring all these guys back. They're centered on the guy now. I'll center them again. Okay, so now this. Okay, wait. Unless it's the next one. Is that why? Hold on, wait a second. I think I might have understood why. Hold on. This is supposed to be like this. Even at the end. What? That's not what I meant to do. Oops. I think I know my problem. Shouldn't the average... That's what I've been doing. But what if it's not the overlap? What if it's doing 256 and then the next 256? That is my only solution at this current point in time. Is that it is offsetting itself because it's actually supposed to be not overlapping. Okay, that one's okay. Oh, believe me, I hate to see your frown. Because if we look at the frames again, whoop, they're all centered. So, by process... Oh. By process of elimination. Which I could be wrong about, so hold on. Okay. And then walkies. Walkies, put the walkies here. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Now, the next one should line up here. The next one should line up here. Going a little bonko, but you know, it's okay. What is creativity but going bonko in the middle of the night? Okay. Oh! I'm a smart ass bitch, brother. Alright, let's see you walk. Let's see you walk. Smooth. Smooth. Smooth like butter. Alright, now is sitting offset? Sitting is slightly offset. Okay. Cool. I'm so happy I know that. Oh my goodness. I was about to throw a fucking temper tantrum. Hello, Fruit Pat! How you doing? God damn, that like annoyed the shit out of me. But now we know. And now I can fix everything. Okay. Hi, I'm good. How are you? I'm good. And you can use it as a template. I can! And it's wonderful, and it's great, and it's fucking amazing. And we never have to worry about it again. We never have to worry, because like that I think was one of the big humps I had, is like, there was no universal template, and it pissed me the fuck off. I wanted this one to sit a little bit lower, though. Wait. I was wondering why it was so hot in my dorm. Why is it hot in your dorm? Did you forget to open a window?
Can't believe I have been subbed this long.
Thank you! Thank you! For something for 4 months! It means a lot to me. You keep the lights on. You keep the lights on. AC was... Oh god, Jesus. I do not like 80. Once it starts getting into 80, I fucking sweat my balls off. And then this one is your jump. Not a lizard! This is a door, not a terrarium! I mean, you act a little lizardy, though, to be fair. You are a little bit like a lizard, though, sometimes. Save it, reload. Alright. I'm gonna connect this bitch. By the way, every folder you make in the gear folder will be set in the UI. Interesting. Okay, now, if I sit... and jump. I don't like that jump. It's like, it like goes up and then stops and then goes back. Why does it do that? Is that in the frames? What does it show me in the preview? Preview? Does he need another frame? I'm a little husky. I'm like a husky. I love sitting in the snow and yelling. Fair game. Is he? What's this one? I'm presuming we might need another one of these. And that's why it's being weird. If you don't want to make chairs, you could scale the block man chairs. Is that a block man chair? Block man chair? Block man chair? I was gonna make like little cushions or something probably. I don't like it. Why does it do that? Because when you jump up, it's fine. I don't understand. I am confused. Your brain is confused? Okay, what if... About me and you together. Do you need another one, like, coming down? Oops. So I can only check it when we're in here, which is kind of annoying, but that's okay. To be fair, it's a pretty boring day on Food Guesser. Oh, sorry. I think that fixed it. The only thing that needs to be fixed is this. I think needs a 1 instead. Okay. I think I know. Okay, theirs has 4. Okay, but this should work in... Okay, fine. Okay, I'll fix this and then I'm going to bed. And by bed, I mean I'm just gonna get off. So they have a landing one. They have 2 landing ones, which is what I'm noticing. That we don't have. I can't grab multiple. That's fine. Let me just edit the body then. Let me just edit the body. Thank you. This one? Squish. 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 And then... think this one needs to go here. This one can go here. I know they'll probably be a little bit off, but that's okay. And then this last frame, I'm just gonna switch them. And now it should work. Like tequila, damn this shit tasty. Okay, we're gonna forget. What the fuck? Oh shit. What's happening? I might have broke something. There you go. It's still stuttering? Oh. Oh, okay. Let's try 9 again. I will make it a lot better later. That's not as bad. Alright. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I'm gonna go relax a little bit and not think about animation for a little bit. But thank you for being my milk beans. I'm so happy that we made the beanies. The beanies. I'm gonna post this in the Discord actually real quick. Hold on. Boy, the Discord, calm your brain, I shall. Session area. Look was drift. Thank you for hanging out with me. I'll do this. Yeah, I'll do this later. Alright, let's go raid somebody. Is that? This not. Oh, wait. What's happening? This is Gordy's channel. What's happening? He's got Pumpkin the Yokai's fucking model on right now. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. Estrava is doing stuff. Okay. Who is streaming? We'll go raid Goy this time. He's doing art. Go hang out with your goblin. Thank you, Kiwi, for putting in the raid message. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your night. Please take care. Get a good rest if you need it. You don't have to use the raid message, but I appreciate it if you did. So that way you can only hang out, have fun. You know, they know where you come from and all that. But for now, I love you guys. I'm gonna go rest up. Have a wonderful night. Mwah. Good night.